Гранд-финал, я надеюсь, он будет, как обычно. Я надеюсь, ярким, красочным. Игры будут близкими. И команда действительно покажет игру, достойную финала.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome to some Dota 2 action as we get into the grand finals of the first season of the Arcane BotL League. Here we have HF taking on the Sweet Boys. It's gonna be the full sweep. We are hoping to see our boys on the side of HF take the victory, of course. However, the contest itself is gonna be as exciting as all hell, so let's get into it. HF versus Sweet Boys, it's time for the matchup. Radiant side occupied right now by the side of the Sweet Boys.
Прямой эфир,
we do see that
турниры,
HF are sitting
любительские,
on...
выбрать регион
HF
России
already inside,
и
sorry.
найти
Opposite
там
way
Arcane BotL League турнир и через Dota TV с
Side of the
задержкой
Sweet
также
Boys.
5
For some reason my audio
минут
is not.
смотреть матчи
I have to just
самостоятельно.
restart these,
Но
but
рекомендуем
we'll
вам
do that after the
оставаться
draft.
на
Important to
данной
see.
трансляции,
The heroes are gonna be picked
потому
up
что,
right
во-первых,
now.
здесь есть
Sweet
два
Boys
замечательных
on the
комментатора
die
в
side,
лице
Ancient Apparition,
Дмитрия
Raid
Спарки
King
и
into the
Александра
opening drill.
Зигзинитина,
HF go for the
плюс здесь
Snapfire with
ламповая
the
атмосферка,
Bloodseeker.
и будет проведен розыгрыш двух ковриков от компании
Often we see that
BotL
Snapfire is
после
picked in games where Phoenix is the
финала.
natural option for the
Вот
opponent
даже
team,
в
but
чате пишут по
Sweet Boys
поводу
already had
лога, и
access to
лога
the Ancient
мы
Apparition,
не
so
сегодня, не на
this time around
этот
Snapfire
финал
is going to
будем
be providing him a
разыгрывать
very
потом,
aggressive
позже.
lane with
На
this
финале
потому
будет
что
турнира, да.
Да, на финале
ideally able
Вайлз
to run
турнире,
down
то
this
есть
Ancient Apparition as much as
через
possible. I'm
месяц.
actually assuming that this Bloodseeker goes into the off lane rather
Так,
than the safe
пишет,
lane.
кстати, я
In the
недавно
meantime, Sweet Boys have this
влюбился
Raid King, very stable
для
hero,
игрок
can do
команды
quite a
Sweet
lot.
Boys о том, что он пока не готов,
Primarily
одну
also
минуту
going to be
просит для
responsible
старта,
in
но
this
в
game
принципе эта одна минута у него
for
еще
soaking up a lot of this
есть.
damage from the
Надеюсь,
Bloodseeker.
что у них нет никаких
And whatever
технических
else they want to
проблем.
combo this up with, obviously there's still space for like a
И мы
Leshrac,
все-таки стартанем и
Faceless
сыграем
Void, Arc,
данный гранд-финал.
etc.
Напомним,
These
что
kind of
сегодня
heroes that can have a lot
финал
of
нижней
immediate
сетки
burst.
у нас
And
не
Raid King would love to
состоялся.
be
Команда Sweet
in these kind of
Boys
situations where he can
победила.
survive through that burst, turn the fight around and make things very difficult for HF.
Техлу, соответственно, получила команда Ching Splash. Но, тем не менее, мы уверены и считаем, что команда Sweet Boys там, где и должна находиться. Везет сильнейшим. Сильнейшее доходит во всех смыслах этого слова. Сильнейшее доходит до гранд-финала. Итак, отписывается у нас на Фоксе о том, что команда Sweet Boys готова. Это значит, что мы можем начинать. Проверяем еще раз настройки лобби. Выносим последние корректировки.
Every single time I see them use the Ice Blast,
go,
just like, my
готовы,
goodness,
поехали,
wow, this
ребята.
hero's allowed in the game, how can this be?
Гранд-финал стартует. Монетка крутится, Аллавеха мутится. И ждем, когда стартанут команды. Определяться с выбором и определяться со сторонами. Итак, Sweet Boys выбирает для себя первый выбор, HF выбирает сторону свет, и мы начинаем, ребята. Гранд-финал Arcane BotL League турнира номер 1. HF против Sweet Boys стартует для вас прямо сейчас. Пики баны. Отлично. В добрый путь. Ух, я заряжен на самом деле. И не важно, что было до этого. И не важно, что было технически. У нас закончился финал нижней сетки. Я надеюсь, Саш, ты тоже максимально заряжен.
Заряжен, жду сразу прогноза. Жду сразу прогноза.
Still another squishy hero though. The bright side, it does give them the hex, which is very useful and necessary.
И вас.
Earlier on in the patch, we used to see this hero pick almost as often as the lion is against Puck.
Можно не
Fortunately, it has different issues.
А за баллы канала можно
Some tankability issues primarily, I think.
за 250.
Also, just like different instances of damage that are necessary to kill heroes like Puck.
Yep.
They still
Совершенно верно.
lack big burst damage outside of this ancient
Ну
apparition
что,
Ice Blast.
друзья,
That
Sweet
being
Boys
said,
HF.
once Raid King
На
gets
самом
strong
деле,
enough, they can do quite a lot of physical damage in a short period of time. So when the Ice Blast hits you, you do actually die. Yeah. Needs to address
или
rest of the lanes now. Needs to go
HF,
to the
конечно,
safe lane. At least one of those
выглядит немного
supports.
посильнее. Ну,
They
потому
get
что,
themselves
во-первых,
a toss.
она прошла в рамках текущего
Pretty
турнира
aggressive here.
по
We've seen this.
верхней сетке,
A lot of
не
time
проиграв
being
не
picked
то,
up
что
with
ни
the
одного
puck.
best-of, а не проиграл ни одной карты,
That's
ни одной команде,
Super,
поэтому,
super
ну,
strong.
таким
Super,
небольшим
super
фаворитом, наверное, в данном
Good, my man.
Best of
What's going
5
on?
противостоянии они будут выступать, но Sweet Boys не пальцем деланы, ребята. Я считаю, что, я уверен, что они могут побороться Я уверен, что если они возьмут своих героев, если они не будут ошибаться хотя бы на стадии пиков, на сайд-линиях, то они могут спокойно забирать 2, а то и 3 карты и выйти победителями этого гранд-финала. Поэтому скорее бы уже эта игра началась. Респект Бас, кстати, это HF, они банят Брудмазер и дают Sweetboys сыграть с этим героем, которым они отжали карту у Ching Splash в полуфинале верхней сетки. И свой пик Sweetboys начинают с Ancient Apparition. Snapfire распикил.
Sorry. My bad. Like I said, my sound died on my headphones, so I let it to reset, but obviously it was a bad idea. Sweetboys now. Go for the Invoker pick. Gives them a decent lane against the Puck, I guess, but the main thing about this is having a way to set up more for the Ancient Apparition. And also just to be able to stop HF from running at you as they're all running at you. Throw back the tornado, things become a lot easier. EMP in this game I can see being quite useful. We have shallow mana pools on Bloodseeker and Tusk, and important mana pools on Snapfire and Puck.
10 seconds remaining.
Cold Snap interrupts the Morty's kisses.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay. And also once you start getting more levels into the Exort, if the Wraith King or Shadow Shaman ever find Puck randomly and ever get off any of their stuns, and you follow up with the damage, decent combo, and of course notwithstanding Ice Blast or Cataclysm eventually. Although not the hero that's gonna set the pace for the Sweetboys drop. There's something missing. Like with HF, I can see what they're doing, right? It all makes sense. Tusk and Bloodseeker start running at you, Puck initiates, Snapfire throws in initial damage. Everything's going crazy, right? And whatever big carry mops up. Sweetboys, everything needs to be set up for them. Like this Wraith King needs to come into a fight. I can see this Invoker being extremely useful at either stopping in advance or using EMP after it's been set up for him. But who's doing the setting up? Who's doing the going forward? Can't be Wraith King. So who's the offlane hero for them? Sand King gets banned out by HF. Centaur is still in the pool. But I imagine HF want to remove that. I think Centaur is the best hero to ban because even if they leave a hero like Underlorded, perfectly acceptable, like whatever. What's Underlord really gonna do in this situation? They actually ban Underlord, so they're more afraid of that instead of the Centaur. Okay. Let's see if Sweetboys would go for the Centaur though. Perhaps HF feel that because they already have Bloodseeker, they already have Puck, have effective tools and ways to deal with the Stampede. It's not that threatening. But I'm primarily worried about this laning phase from the Centaur and just the potential to set up easy Ice Blasts.
5 seconds remaining.
Ice Blast terrifies me if you.
Radiant team pick.
But there it is. So it's gonna be one or the other. Going to be one or the other. So the Centaur Warren now emerging for the side of the Sweetboys. Okay. What do they run this out?
Phantom Assassin.
This is an interesting PA game. I like this PA game.
Lose together, win together, slay together, slay together, slay together.
With the emergence of this PA, I kind of think that HF, their tempo is really fast in this game. Look at their lineup, they're pretty much no cooldowns except for the Morty's Kisses and Snapfire. But they're fighting every single minute all across the map. Sweetboys as well, they don't have long cooldowns except for this Wraith King, this reincarnation. They have to fight around it. Whenever it's down, Sweetboys will really not feel comfortable taking an advanced fight. But HF just want to keep going and going and going. The only question I have is, can they build the necessary sustain items on the Bloodseeker to make sure the lineup does stay alive long enough to dish out the damage that they do have? There's a lot of damage. Snapfire, Puck, PA. Yikes. Sweet Boys though, they do have the Centaur Warrior and they have Wraith King, very tanky heroes overall. And Invoker is fairly elusive. They only have really the puck to really catch Invoker, that and Rupture. It's a very heavy investment to bring this hero down. It's going to be a very interesting matchup. Sweet Boys just want to brawl for a really long time. HF going to keep the train going for as long as humanly possible. But let's see which strategy is stronger. The HF Hyper Train heralded by this Bloodseeker, or is it going to be the safety provided by the Sweet Boys that lead them to victory? Let's find out. Game 1 of the Grand Finals. Let's do it. We get into the series. Is always great to find yourself in a grand final. Important not just to walk away with the money, with the pride that comes with being able to say that yes, first time anybody on earth ever held this tournament, we came away victorious within it. Let's see what they were able to do here. HF here on the Radiant side, smoked up. Gonna make a movement. Get in behind the side of the Sweet Boys, and they do get caught out. Centaur, he is seen here. Able to bring him down. No stuns used up just yet. Hoof Stomp prevented being able to get in. Ward plop down. No siree, they say. They're like, nah fam, sorry. We are gonna take this bounty here. Ours, we're taking it. Nothing you can do about this.
Let's get this fight
And the game starting, how many can they get? They will actually be able to pick up 3 on the side of H.
Are you okay?
That's pretty significant. Getting 3 just like that means that already in lanes where they should be slightly favored overall, they get off to a much better start themselves. What they're going to be able to achieve in this game is, here we go, game 1. HF are playing on this Irradiant side. The Dire, we do have the Sweet Boys. Game number 1 is underway. Here this lane versus the Wraith King and the Ancient Apparition should be fairly decent for him to farm. Has quite a lot of sustain here. Doesn't have to worry necessarily about dying, as long as he has the backup of the Tusk. Once Snowball is available from Tusk, they have that save. They'll always be able to make sure that the stun doesn't actually trigger into this Bloodseeker. Mid lane, important matchup, the Puck versus the Invoker here. Ultimately a Puck favored matchup in terms of the overall CS, but Invoker Pass Orbs will be perfectly fine in terms of sustain. An open question whether or not he'll buy BotL. When the patch did drop initially, it became a thing when every single Invoker bought BotL, but nowadays it's become a bit more niche. See what the decision is from the Sweet Boys mid laner. Meantime, down bottom, we see First Blood actually taking place here as the Shadow Shaman bringing down the Snapfire. Jackals going back. The PA, can she escape here? One trying to run away, gets back in range of the tier 1 tower. So the bonus armor will be there. Will be enough to keep the PA alive in the end of the day. Whew. Close call. Still though, pretty good for them on the side of the Sweet Boys here to get that First Blood. In the meantime though, they also managed to bring down the Puck middle Invoker. What? What? Okay. Somehow managing to find the solo kill onto the Puck in the mid lane. It's surprising that that actually ended up happening. Pretty big deal there to lose a Puck in that situation. Jeff will not be happy about this. Supposed to be the one that's setting tempo, but now he's a full level behind the Invoker. Can make rotations a bit earlier. In the meantime, down bottom, we end up losing the Shadow Shaman. They're trying to bring down Snapfire in return for this, but revenge was gained by the side of HF. First blood for Snapfire, but they get the counter kill now. They get more actually. Those Shredder with more damage. Centaur is gonna end up dying. Lightstone Snapfire, boys. It is, as they say, good stuff. And it succeeds in being able to get the kill. Bottom lane going so much better for HF. Now they actually might get another kill. Speedy, he just respawned. Is he gonna lose his life? One more right click should kill him, and he does lose his life once more. The hoof stomp will come out from the Centaur, but unfortunately, Bot cannot save his ally. It's PA. Now been involved in yet another kill down bottom, a third in this game, accelerating her farm even more. This must feel so good for her to be in this situation, because you know for a fact that the Raid King in the top lane is not having nearly as good of a time. You have the same CS as him, but been involved in 3 kills. Meantime, the Bloodseeker on your team is the one that's actually getting the most CS in the matchup. And it doesn't really change. It actually gets so much easier for Bloodseeker that they can do stuff like this. See, Laka's been moving off the lane, leaving Bloodseeker contend for himself, and knowing that if he's by himself against the Raid King, he probably wins that matchup. One lane, that is still going really well for the side of Sweet is this mid lane, because of the fact that they got that solo kill earlier on the puck. Focus, still a level ahead. CS is even right now. Also ahead in the knives overall, so getting quite a lot done here in this mid lane. See if that can translate into better movement across the map. Has decided to skip the bottle, as we mentioned earlier, that he might do. Opting rather for the Earner Shadows. Fit into that Spirit Vessel can be quite useful versus heroes like the PA, where you have to rely on physical damage, so Blur is not really that useful for the PA, and she has to suffer as a result of that. Meantime, out on top lane, almost have an aggressive play here from the side of HF, but the freeze onto Laka will prevent him from diving forward. Still though, look how much Raid King is getting out of this lane versus the Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker's just rinsing it. This is like carry levels of farm. Absolutely a fantastic game to get the Gleipnir, so I would love to see that being the primary item build from him. Just rush that item. Against Stampede, then you have Gleipnir and Dream Coil versus Stampede. Feels so good, man. Bottom though, this doesn't feel good. Almost ended up losing the PA. She does manage to survive though, the very last second. She stays good, she's going. Throws in the ice shot. They want to try and get a kill here. Blood Ride thrown onto Foxy. Cold Feet were used, and Laka did not have the tag team up just yet. It's still on cooldown. Coming back in just a moment, but not soon enough to make a real threatening play there. Unfortunately though, they did also draw the TP in from the Invoker, so this movement makes sure that there is going to be more time that the puck is spending farming, catching back up to make up for the disadvantage of dying. In fact, he's caught up and he surpassed the Invoker in terms of overall experience, even in the net worth. Looking really, really good. So that movement really is going to be punishing for the Sweet Boys. They thought they could get a cross kill, but nothing happens, unfortunately for them. Slow down this Invoker significantly. So Bubble Boy in this game is going to be building up into that Battle Fury for the PA. Oh, Hex going out. Fire in danger. Nice Snapfire cookie coming in there from Luxury. Is going to be able to help get a kill onto the Shadow Shaman. Does end up losing his life there. Rotation coming in from the puck. Squad X successfully able to secure a kill. Double picked up by the puck there. At the same time in the top lane, oh my goodness, Laka and WannaCry find a kill to the Raid King. HF just have the entire map right now. They look so dominant. Boxer here top with Speedy. The two supports wanna desperately find something. They get the shackles out onto Painkiller, but the snowball to save him for now. But unfortunately, too many heroes show up. They even commit the stampede. Tornado brings down the Bloodseeker. Laka trying to flee within the trees, not gonna be able to make it. Gonna try and buy as much time as he can. Unfortunately, there's only borrow time. Won't end up taking a tumble. Two heroes fall. Immediate rotation back middle. There's nothing you can find on the puck there. Still though, nice signs of life there from the Sweet Boys. Coming back strong onto the map. Finding some kills. Fuck. In coil. But there's a Shadow Shaman coming in towards you. Look how cheeky that was. Just getting off the last hit up the hill. Efficiency playing, man. Even though he saw that the Shadow Shaman was coming towards him, but he should be a-okay. And you see this move behind him. Has an Observer Ward, but goes in the Dream Coil on the 2. Here comes the rotation from Laka. Looks like it was a jump bait. The Lucio Orb thrown forward. The damage comes out onto Speedy. Do they have enough to kill the Shadow Shaman? Yes, they do. Snowball might be there to try to catch the Invoker. Snap by a cookie. Also going forward, stunning the Invoker out. Low Shredder with the jump in damage from the PA. Bubble Boy gets the kill, but the 2-hero hoof stomp coming in from bot. Unfortunately, there is no follow-up damage to help him get the kill.
Are you okay?
And we'll just go down with HF during that fight. At the same time, WannaCry takes down the tier 1 tower in the top lane. Oh boy, this is very concerning. The fact that they're pretty much getting everything they want on the entire map. Bloodseeker has a perfect lane. Puck solo dies early, but doesn't actually end up getting punished for it. Fact comes back even stronger in the lane. Is now really far ahead, about to finish off a Witchblade. He might have like Witchblade, Power Treads with Blink Dagger at 17 minutes in this game. You see down bottom that they are going to be able to at the very least bring down Luxury. So the side of the Sweet Boys fight back, use Mass Serpent Wards with the Siege Wagon. Can they find this tower? They pop the fortification to make sure they have the additional damage. This tier 1 should fall. Get something back. They make sure that this gold lead that's happening against them doesn't just stay leading the entire time. But in the mid lane, they go in with the Ice Blast. It lands onto the Tusk, but the Rupture is also thrown in onto the Centaur Warrunner. Tusk might die. Ice Blast does end up taking him out, but the Mortimer's Kisses thrown in by Luxury end up getting the kill onto the Centaur himself. So to trade a support for the offlaner, they end up losing the tier 1 middle. Nice deny coming in from the Invoker there to prevent them getting the full amount of gold. Nonetheless though, major victory coming in from HF. Not losing anything of real value there. Still preventing the Centaur from farming. Bringing the Invoker in on a fool's errand middle. That game just seems to be the advantage out of HF right now. Oh. Pressure onto the tier 1 tower now. They've just decided that, well, screw it. Can make this happen. They can be able to get out though. Ice Blast coming out. It lands onto 3 heroes. Look at the Scatter Blast. They're hitting onto all of them as well. We see that now. Bubble Boy trying to run away. In the meantime, the Rupture thrown out. It hits onto Speedy. Can they kill him before they bring down the Puck? Yes, they can. But Puck also is going to die almost immediately afterwards. It's 2 for 3 for now. WannaCry trying to flee on the far side of the fight. He's able to run away for now. Does stay that way, but the Ice Blast If the Ice Blast didn't hit the way it does, the fight is very different. But because that Ice Blast hits flush onto 3 heroes, suddenly all of them are in danger. WannaCry getting hoof stomped. I want to follow up the stuns though. Daka going to try to roll forward. WannaCry able to dodge out this Ice Blast. There's going to be the Blood Right. Mortimer's Cases trying to follow this up. It's going to land several times onto the Centaur. Not enough to kill him though. Enough to bring him low. Force away Street Boys from the tier 1 tower, but not for long. They smoke up almost instantly. They want to turn this back around. Ice Blast back in 15 seconds. They can time this correctly. Could be huge. Similar thoughts are reaching onto the side of HF though. Our boy who's gonna connect with the rest of the team. 3 heroes caught inside the Dream Coil right now. Snapfire Cookie gonna get the stun out onto Speedy. They've already brought down the Invoker. Damage onto Foxer. He's down as well. Ice Blast in vain. And definitely the Shadow Shaman will tick out. Will he die? Oh, he survives the Witchblade, but they have the Thirst Vision. So it's super easy for them to hunt him down. And middle, they managed to get a kill onto the Centaur as well. He's been caught inside the Rupture. Can he run away from the Bloodseeker? Yes, he can. So he survives. 3 heroes on his team will not. Another huge fight here. HF are just getting monstrously big. This Puck as well being involved in kill after kill after kill. 10 of his team's 14 at this point. Snapfire though even more. Luxury has just been everywhere. Very deservedly about to pick up a Solar Crest as well. Just needs the recipe at this point. So super farm for this 5 position. Even catching up to the form of the Invoker, unfortunately. And because they didn't go for the Hand of Midas on this Invoker, means that it's going to be quite some time before it can actually catch up. To make matters worse, they also need to catch up on the Raid King to get him ahead of the PA. He wants this Radiance. So they have to give him most of the farm that's on the map right now. Well, we get out to the Centaur. Do they have enough to burst them? They do indeed. Do they want more though? Because several heroes have poured it in. Rupture thrown out onto the Shadow Shaman. Laka eats a full Ice Blast. He's definitely gonna take out here. Seems to be the common trade of this game. Tusk in exchange for the Centaur. Fortunately, that situation only benefits the team that has the Tusk. On the bright side though, it does seem like it has removed the appetite for pushing onto the tier 2. Moving elsewhere on the map, gonna link up with this PA. She just picks up the Battle Fury. Wanting to farm more and more on the map. The lead hasn't been getting that much bigger over the last while. They'll need to make sure that they play with more aggressive tempo. Utilize how aggressive this draft can be. For now though, farming will be good enough for them. They still maintain control of their important tier 1 middle. And trying to get a kill counter God. Fortunately, there was no Rupture there from WannaCry. If he had Rupture, that might have been a different story, but he does not, so they cannot do anything special if I bring down the Centaur. Centaur now will complete the Blink Dagger. All important item for this hero. Oh, fine Speedy. They're trying to retreat on the high ground. They also found the Invoker. How did that happen? Oh gosh, I think they stuck around too long. I thought they were gonna back off once their smoke expired. But they probably thought they could find a kill. Somebody randomly wandering up the hill. They didn't even have a sentry down. Oh boy. That's really bad. Dust used by the Tusk. Oh boy. Oh boy. It makes an already difficult game for the Invoker at this point even harder. I feel like all the Street Boys are doing at this point is stopping HF from pushing the tier 2 towers, but not much else. They're not getting any farm on the Invoker. He's often sitting behind bot, but Not able to do anything on the map together. Painkiller. Okay, WannaCry. Bloodseeker, they're smoked up right now. DD Rune activated. Oh no, this is the big cheese. This is the big prize. Can they kill this Raid King? Does have TP. Stampede. Can he get out to safety? Absolutely not. He's most certainly gonna die once. Can they save him? Boxer might throw in a token Ice Blast, but no way to survive this. Raid King surrounded by 5 heroes. Double damage on Bubble Boy, and they easily managed to get that kill. Oh boy. That's the win condition, hero. Been a rough game, so at the very least does at least have level 12 on the ultimate, so not gonna be level 1 version of it. This was level 1 RTP dead for so long at this point. It's not just the original death, but the weight of the reincarnation. Fortunately, this team bought him enough time that he has the level 2. But still, the game is very hard right now. You just see them pick off the Shadow Shaman in the top lane. They do it nonchalantly. They're like, meh, that was easy. Now this tier 2 tower. Yet again, we've seen this how many times? Will this finally be the time? WannaCry gets the Solar Crest on him. Went in for the Pipe of Insight build. So instead of opting for more lockdown, more utility, or instead get his team some sustain. I love this item versus Ancient Apparition, so I'm actually glad that he's prioritized it. As much as I do love the Gleipnir, against AA, you just gotta have some form of magic resist. Now they take the tier 2. Not only do they have magic resist for the WannaCry Bloodseeker, they also now have access to magical debuff. They pick up this Veil of Discord mid lane. Stampede used to try to get Speedy out of trouble. Lacquer, he might be the one that's in danger right now though. Cold Snap, EMP onto him. He's on the wrong side from his team and he will end up losing his life. In the meantime though, we do see the Centaur ruptured as he's trying to catch up to the rest of HF. Despite him being somewhat low in HP, they don't take the bait. Back themselves away to safety. 7k gold lead right now. Invoker though did get a healthy chunk of gold. Nice shot in the arm in that situation. The real risk, I think, is if they give up this Roshan for free. You simply cannot let Bubble Boy have this shot. That just can't happen. If they have this Aegis, then they can feel comfortable fighting you without having to use the BKB. Just disastrous, and they ping it out now, but also gets blocked off by these ice shards. You can't really close the gap. Invoker throws in a tornado, but it does not catch Bubble Boy. Roche will fall. Aegis in the hands of the PA. Now suddenly, despite being on their own side of the map, Sweet Boys retreat. Back up, back up, back up.
Illusion.
Once she gets desolated, this PA just gets so terrifying. That's to add on top of the damage that's going to come out from the Puck, who wants to go for the Sanjin Kaya. Even less disable time onto her. He's searching for a fight right now. Looking on the high ground, Bot is the first one that gets scouted out. He's got Blink. He wants to find more than one hero with the Dream Coil, but she'll settle for a Centaur. Dead yet again. The 5th time in this game, unfortunately. And they're not done just yet. They're on a chase for more. They're looking for this Ancient Apparition. WannaCry on the high ground here. Rupture thrown out onto the AA. Pipe will be there from WannaCry to prevent the damage from the Ice Blast from hurting too much. Can they get the Bloodseeker out though? No, they cannot. Shackles will be there, but it might have been to the trap. Speedy now suddenly can turn around upon and instantly brought down. Buyback available for Centaur and Ancient Apparition, and they both will use it. Incarnation Figured out by the Raid King. Can they take the substantial fight? No, they cannot. Snowball dodges out the host of coming in from the center. Jump back in from the PA. She does still have access to the Aegis. They jump back in onto bot. They want to try finding the damage. Ice Blast was thrown out as well. And Lucio catching some damage out onto bot. There's the Ice Blast coming in. Does it hit any targets? Yes, it does. Brings down the Aegis. Sunstrike doesn't connect onto a real target though. They'll be happy enough to just have lost the Aegis. HF. Sucks for them that they had the Aegis taken away from them in that fashion. Will they try and find revenge onto Fox? Remember, this was the ancient apparition who brought back, so now he's dead for a really long time. Despite being only level 10, dead for a full minute at this point. They're looking for more high ground. They look like they want to deal with it. It's the Hex. Back onto the Shadow File. Snapfire dying does signal at last for HF to finally retreat. Feels like they wanted to spend the rest of the game just camped up inside the Sweet Boys base.
Well-gotten gains.
Maybe a Hex Shackles coming in with the War Trap onto the Tusk, but the Waning Rift will cancel out the Shackles channel. They easily burst down. The Shadow Shaman does cost the BKB charge coming in from this PA. Given the circumstances, absolutely acceptable. We'll take that any day of the week. Cleaning up more of this farm. The thing is that really sucks for the side of Sweet Boys is that even though they've taken away this Aegis, it still is awful to think about just the notion of trying to push, take a fight against this PA. Once she pops BKB, what can you do? Raid King is just not there yet. Even WannaCry is really tanky. Ice Blast comes forward, doesn't manage to kill him just yet. There's gonna be a snowball. Is it gonna connect on? They want their Raid King right now. Blood Riot does connect onto him. Rupture thrown in onto bot, so he can't move around freely in this fight. Reincarnation will be there. Mortimer's Kisses follows it up though. Tusk will be the second casualty of this fight. The first will be the Shadow Shaman brought down by these Mortimer's Kisses. Now they clean up on the vicinity of everybody else. PA jumping in, looking for the Raid King on the far side of things. They will be able to find him. Double kill somehow for luxury. Invoker, the lone survivor, because of the Ghost Walk, getting to the safest side possible, and then TPing home. But the rest of his team being killed. HF. Now looking for the easy pickings. Tier 2. Secure the area around Roche, and then go for the high ground.
Oh boy.
Fuck. Once she gets BKB, yeah, then what? But look at this Raid King. The build that he's gone for, only gonna get the AC in a little bit, but he's so far behind. There's very few games where you play this kind of build, like the Armored Radiance, and you play it from behind, that you actually feel comfortable with this. In this really precarious situation, where you can't really reliably kill any of his targets. Like, who does he actually manage to bring down besides these supports? He has BKB. Puck is about to get BKB. Find the Ancient Apparition and kill this thing. Mid lane though, they have mind you found WannaCry, but they quickly realize it's a bad idea, and Puck jumping back in, squatted. Leading in with the kill to show them the way to bring down the Invoker. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Off the bat, they just rinse through the tier 2. They're not even gonna wait to get an Aegis. Going straight up onto the high ground. Tier 2 having been taken. Tier 3 and Elena Rax to follow. Massive lead now gained by the side of HF. 18k gold lead. They want even more. Going for the tier 3 in the high ground. Bring in this damage. And they start to flee away right now. Don't really want to put themselves in a situation where they overextend. And they've already put themselves massively far ahead. They know that this Wraith King is struggling. Even if he does get this AC, he's not going to have BKB, so he's going to have trouble moving around in the fight. Thanks to the Snapfire, thanks to this Puck, thanks to this Bloodseeker. Seen them put so much effort into making Wraith King's life impossible in these engagements. Impossible. Rupture, feels bad for you, Shadow Shaman. Definitely gonna get brought down there. In the meantime, they also might have caught out the Centaur Warrunner. They haven't committed the Dream Call yet. They don't want to have to, and it doesn't seem like it's going to be necessary. More than enough burst damage to get the kill. Laka as well, getting in behind the tree line to scout out this Ancient Apparition. They have these Ratcatcher wards. They do their job, find the AA, get them a kill. And they're not done. Now they know that Wraith King is isolated. Only the buyback available on the Shadow Shaman. So they've gotten the 1 kill. Can they get the second one? Wraith King trying to get himself away. Invoker throws in the Deafening Blast. Does open up some space. But the space has also been opened up for HF to just immediately go in towards the tier 3 tower in the top lane. Is this it? Is this when they end out the game? One lane of Rax is one thing, but two, at this stage, with their draft and with their deficit, feels a little bit impossible. But it's gonna be happening anyway. Might lose Lacquer here, caught out the backside of the fight. Snapfire Cookie did come out to attempt to save him. There's gonna be a pipe of inside and a snowball back onto the Shadow Shaman. In the meantime, Rupture for the Centaur. Yet again, you try to go for Tusk, Centaur pays the price. But this time around, Tusk is gonna actually end up living. Because there's still a tier 2 down bottom, they cannot go for the Megas, but they might just go for the Jugular, attempting to win out this game. Looking for the Invoker kill. Will they find it? Yes, they will. Does that buyback though, coming back into the game to attempt to salvage this puck. Buys a BKB from their own fountain, just so he can stay fighting here. Ice Blast coming out, will not connect. With the Ice Blast missing, they will accept the fate on the side of the Street Boys. GG, well played is called. Street Boys go down. Game number 1 here against HF in the grand finals. They're good for game 1. They make it happen. Whew. Some heat that we saw there coming in from the side of HF. I think the thing for me about their draft that I found helped them a lot is you saw the pace they were setting. Look at the kill numbers on everybody. 26 and 20 on the Tusker, 11, 1 and 17 on this PA. Snapfire putting in a similar amount of work. Puck, the WannaCry Bloodseeker, everybody's so active, everyone's running at you the entire game. And Sweet Boys just didn't have enough in order to be able to deal with it themselves. And part of the issue is that when you fall behind with a drop like this on the side of Street Boys, it's pretty much impossible to really come back and catch up. Because Invoker is the sort of mid laner that relies on being ahead, or at the very least being even with his opposing number. When he's falling this far behind, the game effectively becomes impossible for you to win. And to make matters worse, you're playing in a situation where the carry that you picked, Wraith King, doesn't actually play that well into the opposing carry of the PA unless he's much further ahead than she is. So the moment you start falling behind, the game sort of plays itself for the side of HF. And if they long as they just keep going, go, there's very little you can do, unfortunately, on the side of Street Boys. So game 1 in the books. HF managed to take the victory there. This is a best of 5, so will they be able to get the full 3-0, or will we see the side of the Sweet Boys beginning to make a comeback in game 2? For answers to these questions, make sure you stay tuned here to Snake Casting and do not go anywhere, as we'll be right back. The grand finals, HF versus the Sweet Boys. This is the Arcane Battle League. Don't go anywhere. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NBA comrades, welcome, welcome, welcome back here to Snarecast as we continue with the grand finals of the Arcane BotL Challenge. Arcane BotL League is here, and the end has finally come upon us. HF taking on the side of the young sweet boys, who right now find themselves under a little bit of sour difficulty. Having lost game 1 here in this Guest of 5, they have to make the comeback. Unfortunately for them, they are now only 2 games away from being completely dumped out. They have to at least win 3 back-to-back-to-back if they can do it. The worst situation for them is if they lose this game, then you have to make the reverse all sweep. You never want to be in that situation. So this is the last comfortable game for them. See what they got. They have themselves a Radiant side this time around. HF is on the Dire. HF will make the decision to go in for the Ancient Apparition first pick. So they say to themselves, well, listen, we may have won the game, but we see something we like. We're gonna take a look at this right quick. Actually, really funny that they pretty much take the heroes they just beat. So despite being the team that won, they're like, yeah, that was kind of strong. Let's take that. Let's try that. So they have Ancient Apparition, Wraith King, Sweet Boys. Grimstroke Tiny was the response initially, so Tiny was banned against them in the second phase in game 1. Now they want to be able to secure that hero for themselves, and they already have Grimstroke, so in the event, for example, that they do go for Shadow Shaman again, for heroes like Doom, Lion, does mean that you do get the double disable, which can be extremely strong. Especially like it against heroes like Wraith King, where you can sort of fight around the Wraith King, still be able to kill him, without having to actually commit spells directly onto the hero. Okay. Banned out Timber, Juggernaut, as well as the Tide Hunter. Yet again, we see the team that has the Ancient Apparition Wraith King protecting the Wraith King using the Tide Hunter ban. Interestingly, they're also playing on the Dire side. So the same team that has Ancient Apparition Wraith King, same team playing on Dire. Lamau. Sweet boys. Coconut. They played that game. Find a way to stick with the bot set. Also see some of the bans in the first phase included heroes from the first game. So there will be no WannaCry Bloodseeker, there will be no Squadix. Now what do you play here? Like, I can actually imagine them going for the Leshrac. Y'all know how I feel about Leshrac. Leshrac is... ah, what a hero. What a wonderful hero, Leshrac. Really should just be picked more and more often. Surprising that it's... onto the Centaur, they can't pick the puck, can't pick the regular anti-stampede option, but they can go for faceless. Might sound unorthodox, but plain void, baby. Let's go. Nah, don't pick void. Too greedy. Pick like Centaur, the Sand King maybe could be nice. Pick like Ember Spirit. Go for the Nyx Assassin for some scouting potential, some additional setup for the Ice Blast. Not always the easiest stun to land on multiple targets, not a point-click stun, unfortunately. So, Nyx Assassin will certainly have to be on his game to make this hero work out the best way possible. Sweet Boys, their turn to round out their draft for the second phase of the beast. Probably see another support, try to reserve a carry hero. Make sure that they have the winning option. Seem to have worked out quite well out of HF. So yep, Enchantress, more lane pressure coming in. I don't like the fact really that I don't see any major combinations for the Grimstroke in terms of huge soulbind. There's some Inkswell duos though with the Tiny and the Centaur, so that can really work out quite well. And if you soulbind target, they stay close together, which sets up really well for Tiny overall. The side though, picking Enchantress, Drought already has the Ancient Apparition on the other side. The game can be somewhat dangerous. There's not a major source of magical burst just yet though from HF. If that comes out, then the game gets even more dangerous. Enchantress. If the puck was in this game, I'd definitely say a Dagon carrier would be nice. If they hadn't picked Nyx Assassin, I could even see them going for Lion. But I don't see them having the bravery to play Ancient Apparition Lion in a core role. Just pick Leshrac, man. Leshrac's the little. I mean, shit, that's pretty good as well. Okay, let me not hate. Let me not hate. Let me not hate. Let me not hate. Not hate. Shadow Fiend is legit. Shadow Fiend is legit. Shadow Fiend's actually. Magical burst, some team fight, lane pressure, power pressure. Great hero with Roche, a great hero to play with Wraith King as well, because if Wraith King dies with the reincarnation, it's extra dangerous to fight in that area. You're already slowed. Very easy for Shadow Fiend to creep up on you with a nice Requiem follow-up, and or to land several razors at once. This in tandem with Ancient Apparition as well. Impossible amount of burst damage to deal with. Okay. Enchantress also hates playing against Shadow Fiend. Centaur doesn't have the best time either. Alright. It's a great pick actually. HF I think have gained themselves a draft advantage at this point. Especially once they hit BKBs. There's no damage on Big Boys just yet. Jug's already banned as well. They go like Weaver feels a bit squishy. I don't like Weaver versus Ancient Apparition. Taken out. PL perhaps? I think PL could be quite decent here. I'm thinking PL probably the best option for Shadow Sweet Boy. Not always the best to play into Shadow Fiend, a lot of minus armor. Would be a difficult game for PL, but I think the hero could work out. Would depend on what we see coming in here from HF. They're awful. Haven't seen that come out just yet. Don't know what's setting up the game for them. Previous game it was very obvious in how they were putting that together, their draft, but I don't know who runs forward ahead of the Phalanx here.
5 seconds remaining.
There's gonna be that Sand King. Right, so we spoke about this earlier. Sand King into Centaur. Most likely the obvious one. Indeed it is. HF. Have the source of setup, some additional magical burst, more ways to set up for the Ancient Ice Blast. Some decent counter initiation as well, given the speed of his blink in.
5 seconds remaining.
Can also be a decent pipe carrier, Greaves carrier if needed be. Okay. I can get behind this. I can live with this. Big boys. Ooh. That's an interesting. He buys Diffusal Blade as well, so it can be quite good against the Wraith King. The Enrage. Help him a lot versus both Sand King and Nyx. Damage against the Squad X Shadow Fiend. Ooh, okay. 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 Alright, this is interesting. This is interesting. I like this. I vibe with this. I vibe with this. Last pick Ursa, I think definitely the best carry hero that was left. And the carry hero that allows them to play at the tempo that HF are going to be setting. I think it's clear from all these games, even with this draft, despite the Wraith King, that they're probably going to play quickly. They're going to want to come at your face. Wraith King might be the only hero sitting back. But PA didn't wait for much longer in game. So, see how it pans out here. Beat Boys. Everything to play for them. Second place, not good enough when you play Dota 2. You want the W's, you want the victories. Will this last pick Ursa be able to give it to them? one more loss after this. They still have, in case they drop this game, but you never want to be in that situation. They want to equalize this. They want to make this 1-1. Also decided game 3. Will they be able to do it? Sweet Boys on the Radiant side. Is this their game? Or they fall to the power of HF will make this a 2-0. Let's find out as we continue the grand finals of the Arcane BotL League. Get into it. The, of course, traditional pause at the beginning of every game of Dota 2. It is what it is. What can So with that pause having out, give it a little bit more time to think about where this Earth can fit into the game. He will be laning against, imagine, the Nyx and the Sand King. Under those circumstances, you do get farm, but it's not a comfortable laning situation. The one bright spot is that you can't really die between the Ink Swap from Grimstroke and Earthshock. Almost pretty much get away to safety whenever it's necessary, but not a fun game to be playing, really. We'll see how he makes it work out for himself. On the other side for HF, the real hero that's going to win out the day for them is we have to watch the performance of Squad X. This SF does really well, then the game goes exquisitely for HF. This is the one where they're going to be focused on getting the most farm, and Sweet Boy should be focused on shutting down others.
Look out for fallen rocks.
Here we go. Game 2. Imagine we'll see a much more patient game in terms of these early moves out of HF. Given that this time around they benefit a lot more from the later levels, not as strong at like level 2 or the previous draft. You'll see them try to make a kill though. They have the Chilling Touch level up by Luxury. Aka has the impale. If they can find a viable target and lead into a kill, but Overword for Speedy will save his life, as there's no way they can find a kill now. Instead they walk into disaster for themselves. Laka will find the impale, but nonetheless falters first blood.
Thanks and have fun.
He cannot fight the Grimstroke. That was a probably unnecessary movement. I mean, they had the vision there. They laid out an observer ward. They saw there were heroes on the high ground. Nyx Assassin still decides to charge forward. Gives up the first blood to this Grimstroke, who will use that money. Gets a very early ring of Bassi for the team. Out. Better for Sweet Boys. So end up trading the runes equally this time around. It's not going to be a 3-1 endeavor. See how these lanes are going to... The lane is going to be a super important one. Shadow Fiend. Squad X gets ahead. Gets far ahead in this game. It is very dangerous, and this is a very good lane for the Shadow Fiend as well versus the Tiny. Given the range that Shadow Fiend plays at, a superior animation, lots of amount of burst damage without having to compromise your own life. It is a quite difficult lane for this Tiny to play into. See those struggles being reflected right now. 4-1 on the CS, and it only gets harder as the Shadow Fiend gains more and more levels. Although Tiny is still able to get some of the CS back there, so situation is not all terrible. He's fine. He's fine. Mr. Sand King. Okay, neither of these heroes really die in this lane, barring a mistake really. To overextend, you can't die as the Ursa between Power Strike, Impale, a fair bit of disable and damage in this lane. Also with having them have access to the Force Bit Finale. But if you play carefully enough, you should be fine for the most part. Same is true for the Sand King. should never really get caught out by like Earthshock Inkswell, which is the only real way that you die in this game. Or in this lane at the very least. And over out on the top lane. Of course, Luxury, Speedy will be harassing each other as much as possible as you see the Centaur having a nice solid lane. Raid King. Later on, this matchup becomes interesting because Raid King does find the damage necessary to kill heroes like Centaur. Earlier on in the game, it is definitely Centaur favored, and now with the level of the Speedy Enchantress, they're gonna be able to get the kill onto said Raid King. Enchants, giving the necessary slow, and they're able to chase him down and get that kill. They know for a fact that even if the Ancient Apparition was there, not all that much that AA can do to stop you from doing those kind of moves. Great times here. Sweet boys. 2 kills unanswered. Jeff. And now to recover in the top lane of Raid King. Meantime though, middle, Squadix in danger. Squadix might die here. They have the tree throw, they miss it though. Ooh, that was close. That was close. And now Squadix is gonna have the recharge on his bottle from the bounty rune as well. Great catch up there from some mid. Bishop Nick, Tiny pulling through the game and looking quite a lot better at this point. See though that the Shadow Fiend, big thing from him at this point in the game, the decision of the item build. Going right click or going magic. Going magic, and you might die to magic now, almost getting brought down by the Tiny, but Tiny's gonna die first. Squadix with the outplays. Okay. 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 Alright, big plays there. Squadix, well done. Oh, snap. Okay, my push the talk is on, so that must mean I don't have my god mark. That's alright. That Squadix exploiting the mistakes there from the Tiny, or rather the over-aggression, almost worked out for him. But Dota 2, as we often talk about, the game of margins. Margin this time around favors Squadix. Remember that the damage of these Shadow Razors ramps up with each subsequent one. There's going to be a combo middle, but it's not going to be enough to get the kill. In the meantime, the combo that is enough to get the kill is the one that occurs in the top lane. They bring down this Raid King yet again. Even more pressure being applied. Oh boy, they're having a good time. They're trying to chase down Luxury as well. Apparition does not have boots. Really can get close enough to fight an enchant. There should be enough damage here to get this kill, and indeed there is. Luxury taking a tumble. Lacquer will try to find revenge. There was a cold feet to stun up Speedy for a little while longer. Impale will land, sure, but to what end? There's no follow-up damage. Didn't even have mana burn or cooldown. All you can really do is just run around Speedy, hitting him as much as you can. Here comes Lex, so as he sees him, he realizes wrong neighborhood. He gets the hell out. Game right here for the side of HF feels, I wouldn't say slow at this point. That's definitely not what's happening, but they feel like they're somewhat out of control of it at this point. Only really Squadix are doing very well. See down bottom, that WannaCry isn't getting the most farm in the world on his Sand King. It's this Ursa rather who gotten to a point where he can dominate the lane. We don't even have sentries in the wave, but I think there's lots of dust being carried by this Brimstroke here, so I don't feel super comfortable. Only level 1 Sandstorm as well, which complicates life somewhat. We're gonna try and get the jump onto him. There's the Earthshock. Aura Strike is there, so there's no way you get cut by the Inkswell combo. Out back to the tier 1 tower. It'll be a-okay. Ursa keeps farming, getting closer and closer towards having Battle Fury. He knows that the Raid King is likely to go for some catch-up items in this game. I think Raid King should buy Midas, honestly. The way that this game has been looking for him. That means Ursa is more than justified to go for this item that'll accelerate him even more. Do you think at some point though he should opt for the diffuse or blink? Actually might try to kill him bottom. Epi, triggered out, they're gonna go for this combination. Barrow Strike doesn't connect, so I suppose they'll have to settle for the Grimstroke. Sandstorm won't be there. I don't think they had enough damage to kill the Ursa anyway. Oh, does end up living. Stampede triggered off in the top lane. They're gonna try to bring down Luxury. They're getting the damage out onto the Ancient Apparition and they are able to kill him. Triple X getting that kill. Now, because he has Vanguard, can tank hits from the tier 1 tower, so not actually afraid of it. This wave right where he wants it to be. Keep pressuring the tier 1, this thing will fall, definitely. Nothing the Wraith King can do to defend this.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Tower. Top lane, so picking it up right now. Feeling nice and fresh, feeling nice. And so going in their favor out of the Sweet Boys. See that has been triggered out by this tiny avalanche toss now thrown out onto Luxury. Luxury is still alive. Yuki and Jiving gets off the cold feet. Won't be enough to freeze the tiny because he of course has the haste rune, so he just zips on away. That kill will also give him the blink dagger, so they might have a golden opportunity to try to reveal this somewhere on the map. And if they could kill Squad X right here, it would be phenomenal. Went for the early BTs. I mean, I suppose his team actually isn't ready to try and make super aggressive plays just yet, but I still have very mixed emotions about the BTs. For the most part, negative. But I don't feel great about it. Shout out the movement through the river thanks to this Observer Ward, and Luxury recognize this fact, so they know that Squadix is here. Strike still connects onto XXX. Epicenter will be there. They just want baiting out a further fight. Jump in. Blink Dagger will be there. Will they be able to get the follow up onto Shadow Fiend? No, they don't get Shadow Fiend, but they do still get WannaCry. Will they get Triple X? Cold Feet triggers onto him with Luxury. One more right click. Will it be enough? No, it won't. He survives with 70 HP in the meantime. Squad X Requiem TP out to safety. Will succeed in doing so. Gets back to the base. They want to try to find Luxury, but they won't get him either. Triple X somehow surviving by the skin of his teeth in that fight. Whew. Boys, get an offlane kill and end up still holding here on the bottom side of the map. They do not find themselves falling far behind. And now, oh god, here's the big prize. The big cheese. Can they get him? Squad X. Oh no! Impale! Gonna be there to save him from Lacquer. What a time to be alive. Showing up by the next assassin in the nick of time to get the turnaround there. Keeping the win condition alive. The Squad X dies there, then suddenly the Ursa's the net worth leader. Now he gets to maintain his position, still comfortably heading towards getting the Yule Scepter. A short little lag spike there. We'll go back bottom with this team to try and press onto the tier 1 tower here. Same time, Sweet Boys have a similar idea. Apply that concept towards the mid lane. Need the next assassin that's nearby to try and defend this, but Blink Dagger on Tiny, Inkswell available. It's very difficult to imagine that he can do much of anything here. Blink coming in. Don't even need the Inkswell. Stroke of Fate will do the job. Will definitely XXX tanks up some pot shots to take pressure away from the Sea Dragon. They do get the tier 1 tower medal at the same time as the tier 1 bot does fall though. Street Boys still find themselves extremely pleased with the set of circumstances right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Get that Echo Saber going for him and his team. I think they're a little bit concerned that they haven't seen this Raid King for so long. He's been sort of off map for a while. He's farming this jungle. Now they actually turn onto Centaur. Ice Blast will be there. This is a dead XXX. No matter what, pipe or no pipe. Doesn't even have a pipe, it's just a Hood of Defiance. But your Defiance will be for naught as he gets brought down. Ice Blast showing its metal there, but the most important thing is that Raid King, again, just being somewhat able to just keep this farm going. Went for the raw Radiance Rush. He wants to have some kind of evasion prepared against the Ursa ASAP. He knows Ursa's not gonna rush BKB, of course, having gone for the Battle Fury this game. So opens up some opportunity here for the Raid King. And they're just farming away. He has got a pretty large ancient stack. Team does manage to bring down this next assassin on the other side of the map. But bigger things are afoot because here comes a Yule Scepter from HF. I think as soon as they get the respawn on Nyx, they want to try get out on the map and use this. But even sooner than that, they'll just solo smoke. And the strength of this is just off the chart, right? You can solo kill a hero in the same way that Bolshevnik can solo kill Luxury right now. And bottom, Squadix. It's the Enchantress. Dual Scepter combo will be able to find the easy grab and the easy kill. Five positions falling across the map. Squadix rotating back into the mid lane. Do not think that they'll fall for any kind of weird shenanigans on the side of Street Boys. In fact, they have their eyes on bigger and better things. Looking for the Roche. It seems like HF, some awareness of this as they smoke up yet again. Assassin goes to Vendetta. They're going the wrong way though. They're heading north, but Roshan Pit is south, and Roshan will be gone. Won't get you in time. They actually want to jump in and they initiate onto Squadix. Will they be able to bring down the Shadow Fiend? Yules into the air to buy some time. He's gonna buy a little bit more time, but he won't die. Ice Blast will still connect onto several heroes. Battle Strike will come out with the epicenter. They manage to bring down Triple X. Now the Ursa might be in some danger despite being the one to claim this Aegis. Volchevnik jumping back in, looking for Redu. The Raid King does die with Reincarnation going. WannaCry, can he get away from this fight? Battle Strike up in one. Battle Strike not going to be triggered, but the Cold Feet does get thrown out onto the Ursa. He can't escape. Earthshock stunned up by the Spike Carapace, and he will end up losing his life. Avalon toss thrown back though onto the Raid King, and they do get him instead. Massive trade here. Impale catching on the 3. Lacquer. Can he TP out? No, he cannot. Too much damage. So HF, despite being able to take away the advantage of the Aegis, still end up losing 4 heroes. Street Boys immediately after claiming the Aegis dash up onto the high ground using the Stampede buff. Good enough to get them a massive fight. Does cost the Aegis and the Ursa's life, but I think definitely worth it. You also now don't have to worry about Reincarnation for a little bit longer. Oh, I think he didn't have it leveled at level 2 just yet at the time. Oh, feels bad, man. I think he might have only leveled it. He held the skill point maybe. Only put the second point into it after he came alive. So it's still going to be on cooldown for another 2 minutes. Makes things even better for the side of the Street Boys. Jules. Buttocks. He'll find his favorite easy target of Speedy. Now though, do they want to retreat from the rest of the Street Boys? Ice Blast thrown out. Volshevnik jumps in and they bring down the ice little demon of the ancient apparition with pretty much no effort. WannaCry in the meantime though does manage to find the Grimstroke on the backside of the fight. Still have Stampede and Ursa nearby, so I don't think they can actually find a kill onto Centaur. They're gonna try for it though. There's gonna be the Impale, but I think they talk about it. They're like, dude, full HP. This isn't happening. Let's let it go.
Gold and sweet.
Jeff. Now to contend with a Blink Dagger that's picked up by Sweet Boys. BotL has this now. Where will the next initiation come from? We've seen how dangerous the first Blink Dagger has been so far. Volshevnik. Now that they have the double, it gets even worse. Speaking of Volshevnik though, it might be in danger. Getting assaulted bottom. Do they have enough damage to kill him? Indeed they do. They stun up the Stampede Rush through with the Spike Carapace. And now with Spike Carapace down, it does free them up to be able to jump back in onto the next assassin. Stun it and kill it.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Still an unhealthy trade for the Sweet Boys. Especially when your team is in the lead. Giving up one of the heroes that's at the top of that lead in exchange for the opposing support feels very, very bad. At the same time, Ursa is still the network leader on the map. Just farming away. He will have his BKB. Be able to make massive use of this. This blast doesn't connect onto him, but they still find the Wraith Fire Blast on. They're trying to close the gap. Barrow Strike will be there. Do they kill him? Yes, they do. Can't get off the enrage. Actually, just found him farming top and killed him. Just like that. They're gonna try and find some revenge. Volshevnik jumping in, gonna find the jump in. Avalanche toss by Carapace stops him from finishing off the combo. So Lacquer throws in the essence string. Stays alive for a little while longer, but will still eventually take a tumble. Double Barrow Strike coming in from WannaCry will lead into the death of BotL. The neutral creep also getting involved in this fight to stun out Speedy, which would allow SquadX to catch up, throw in the razors, and secure the third kill. Killing spree for the Shadow Fiend. Team fight win for HF. A team and game advantage overturned entirely. The question now is going to be whether or not
I'll help my weak and puny
able to
allies
turn this into
where I
anything
can.
more substantial afterwards. The big ticket is Roshan. This is the way the game can really turn. If HF can get that Aegis in the hands of SquadX around the same time as they peak with this BKB. I'm not sure if they want to wait for the Aegis or just go now with BKB. The previous time they finished the Yule Scepter, they just wanted to go immediately, so we'll see what the decision is, but I really do think that that's going to be a massive timing. Sweet Boys have to know this as well, so they cannot allow positioning around Roshan to be lost. Right, that's enough to break out right now. Volshevnik finding this Waking does not have reincarnation. Will pop it. WannaCry coming in. There's going to be a Barrow Strike on the 3 with the epicenter. Eyes crossed onto all of them as well. They're trying to run away with the Stampede. Requiem does get channeled. They have taken the first life and the second. BKB from the Ursa. Useful enough to win out the fight in the meantime. SquadX showing up, but it does seem like there's actually too much damage. They're going to end up losing this fight. It looks so good for the HF lineup, but the Sweet Boys come through. Volshevnik with a lot of damage. The BKB from the Ursa changing everything, allowing him to bring down the Wraith King the first time around. Oh man. And also they don't end up losing Volshevnik. He backed away from the fight, waited, regened up, came back in. That BKB turned things around though massively, and SquadX just didn't have enough damage. And more than enough damage, to make matters worse, they didn't have enough life to just stand there versus a bear and a centaur and a tiny. Expect to live to tell the tale. You need more damage on the side of HF. It can't just be coming from the Shadow Fiend at this point. Feels like it's just team fight damage. They don't have any right click damage really. Whenever SF even closes the gap, doesn't really right click all that hard, so doesn't threaten the side of Sweet Boys. Roche now potentially up in 1 minute. If they get that, game can certainly turn around for them. This pit is where the entire game is about. Watch this timer. Watch this Roshan pit. People need to get vision. Luxury realizes this, starts to slowly but surely reposition. We even see the TP top for Squad X. They have to get the win inside the Roshan pit at any cost. That might break out here, top lane. Lots of heroes stacked up by the side of HF. Think ready, building into a BKB. Don't have any. Rather confirm a fight once Roshan is back online so that you don't make any mistakes. Various teams' vision between them. You'll recognize where they know general vicinity, they know the objective. Now Rosh is up. HF don't want to give away the Roshan's shard, the Aghanim's to Ursa. And they definitely don't want to give away the Aghanim shard or the Aegis to the SF. Might maybe coming right now, HF. Maybe on the high ground.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
The tense situation right now. Nobody wants to move a muscle for fear of what might end up happening. Woke up again on the side of HF. One's burning through these smokes. They want this fight. They will be able to find a target middle. They get the Centaur. Ice Blast lands out onto him and they burst him down. Ursa now gets involved in the middle of things. Can't burst down Luxury just yet. Luxury does die. BKB was used though by the Ursa, so he has to be careful. WannaCry triggers the Epicenter. Wants to try and turn this fight around now. Can't find an easy target though, so Epicenter is wasted for now. Wraith Fire Blast thrown forward to catch out. There's Grimstroke, Burrow Strike, will it be there? Not necessary just yet. They on the other side of the fight, they're going in. There is gonna be the Burrow Strike to finally catch out both Tiny and Ursa after the Requiem of Souls has led to them being feared up and losing half their HP. Finally, we see the Wraith King throw in the physical damage, able to get himself a triple kill in the middle of that fight. Between the Radiance Burn, the Requiem, the right clicks, more than enough for HF to clean up house, and now the Roshan is theirs, baby. As they go into the pit, looking not just for the Aegis, but the cheese and the shard as well. Alex now also has a blink dagger because of that fight. Oh, they also find the Centaur again. Nice blast. Hits him. Trying to flee away. XXX. Does he survive here? Pipe of Insight just gets delivered. He should be fine. He should be fine. Pops the pipe. He's cool. But they get the Aegis. Put it on the Wraith King. I don't actually like Wraith King Aegis, but they give him everything. Aegis, cheese, and the Refresher Shard so that there's no mana cost. Reincarnation can play super aggressively in the fight. Now HF, here in game 2, have gained themselves the first genuine advantage in the entire game. 3k up in the net worth, closing in on 4k experience. Top now, they want to find another kill. Enchantress, somebody stop this ancient apparition. Ice Blast. And also stop the Yule Scepter from Squad X. Feels a bit strong right now. Little bit strong. Going straight in for the Arcane Blink. Man, after he finishes this, I would love to see like E-Blade. Just to complete the massive amount of burst damage that comes in from the hero.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are
To be able to take a tier 2 without any real challenge. Beat boys. Lift up though, and it looks like HF wanna just go for more action here. They find the Burrow Strike leading in onto the Grimstroke. They should be able to find the kill. Wraith Fire Blast, a couple of right clicks from the Wraith King are more than enough.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Not behind the Skelly army though. However, creep wave not really nearby, so they can't put that much pressure onto the tower. Backdoor protection will kick in. Wraith King's like, okay, I'll just go back top then. Go, go, go. knowing full well that they can't actually take this fight. So they're moving over, but this is a dangerous place to be for the Sweet Boys. Now they're going to be able to get a huge Barrow Strike, catching both the Enchantress and the Centaur. Bolshevik dumps back in, brings down Luxury before they can throw in an Ice Blast. Ursa now trying to run in onto Squadix. There's going to be the Requiem of Skulls, fearing back only the Speedy, because BKB from Ursa will still protect them for now. Jumping up onto the hill to look for Lacquer. Can he get enough damage? BKB will expire. He finds the Enrage. Other side of the fight, they bring down WannaCry. Nice Earth Shock down to the low ground to evade the Impale from Lacquer. The Sweet Boys keep this fight alive. They're not done just yet. Jumping forward. They want to find another kill. Wraithfire Blast thrown back. Ursa in trouble. Bolshevik. He's found Squadix. There's no BKB for Squadix. There is still a cheese though to pop if need be for the Wraith King as well as for Squadix. Well, Squadix has the cheese. Wraith King has still the Aegis of the Immortal. Ursa jumping in onto the Wraith King. Gets used up into the air. They are going to come out these razors. Can Squadix show the distance? Wraith King dies 1 life, jumps back in. They manage to bring down Lacquer. There is going to be the damage. Finally, Squadix manages to bring down this Ursa. They chase really far outside the base. Wraith King going back in. He still has an Aegis, so you're happy to fight this one. Squadix in the trees being healed back up. Inkswell onto the Grimstroke. Will they be able to find a stun? No. Inkswell will be dodged out by the Yule Scepter. Blink forward by Squadix enables him to get the kill with the help of Luxury. Speedy attempting to run away from this fight back to his side of the map, will not be able to do so. They missed on the Barrow Strike, but they get the Wraithfire Blast out onto Bolshevik. BKB pop by the Tiny to try to keep him alive. Turns around with the Avalon Toss, a couple of hits, throws in the tree. Retsu does pop. What death is that? Oh, it's a reincarnation. Still has the Aegis. HF take a strong fight. Look poised now to win out game 2 as they take a tier 2 tower, look for the tier 3. The high ground might have just been exposed here. What can they do about this on the side of the Sweet Boys? There is going to be Barrow Strike. They catch out Triple X. Centaur's gone. No buyback available for the Ursa. Centaur does have buyback. Centaur will wait maybe until Ursa's back. Doesn't seem like they have enough damage to quickly get through this. Squadix jumps up. BKB, Yule, they want to try burst through the Speedy and they will be able to do so. No buyback on the Enchantress. Ursa jumped in and actually hit onto a Requiem Soul, so it feared him. Now that they do get the kill onto the Wraith King, but there's going to be a Barrow Strike with the Epicenter as well. Lots of damage coming in from Ritsu. Wraithfire Blast helps to bring him down. Buyback will be there from Squadix back into the fight to get himself a triple kill right after dying, and he's going to turn his attention towards the Ursa. And they manage to get the bear. They kill him. They bring him down. GG is called. HF. They have done it. They secured game 2. And after a beautiful fight towards the end of the game, they're right on track to securing the entire damn tournament. Woo! What a game. What a game. What a game. What a game. That was lovely. That was wonderful. Back and forth game this time around. Not really a stomp for the side of HF. They had to work for this one. Get to the position where this Bubble Boy Wraith King and the Squadix Shadow Fiend could actually dish out the necessary damage. I think the turning point of this game was definitely that Roshan number 2. The fight right beforehand, allowing them to be able to sweep into the pit. Not just sweep into the pit, but having killed 4 heroes beforehand. Really, I think changes the character of this game, because after that, Sweet Boys don't really have tools to fight. It's one thing to say, okay, we are strong enough with Ursa having BKB, Tiny having BKB, to fight through 1 life of Wraith King and kill him again on round 2. But kill him on round 3, that becomes really difficult. Also, man, the performance from the Luxury Ancient Apparition, just ban AA. Ban AA, do what you need to do. But I do think, for me, the MVP has to be the Shadow Fiend. From the mid lane, the moment you got the Yule Scepter, go. Lane to lane to lane to lane, kill to kill to kill to kill. Never really saw him just resting on his laurels and farming. Always trying to make something happen. And most of the gold that he got for his items, he got through kills as well in the earlier portions of the game. So for game 2, definitely, I think Squadix is going to get the MVP award from me. What a player. What a game. What a grand finals. The Arcane BotL League is out here presenting us some incredibly entertaining Dota. So, with this entertaining Dota, with those grand finals, getting closer towards the end, closer towards the edge. HF right now, 1 game away from securing themselves the whole damn thing. Will they be able to do it? Or will the Sweet Boys finally be able to claw one back, take us to a deciding game? Find out with me in Game 3. Don't go anywhere. This is the Arcane BotL League. I'm Snail Costa, and we'll be right back with some more Dota 2 action. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting for what might just be the final game here in the league. HF taking on the side of the Sweet Boys in the Arcane BotL League. It's come down to this. 2 games up now for the side of HF, and they are sitting on tournament points. Is this it? League end right here? Or do we get more Dota? Do we have the Sweet Boys coming back and giving us a contest? Let's find out together. HF playing on the Dire side, or Radiant side, excuse me. Sweet Boys on the Dire. Why do I keep missing that particular part? Very straight in the brain. Sweet Boys. Ancient Apparition, the first overall pick from them. So we finally do see the combo. AA Void with the Wraith King being banned out. Across both games, it sort of felt like the game was sort of begging for this. Apparition. Sweet Boys have recognized that this is the strong hero. If they're able to make this work for themselves right now. Just lost with Enchantress against AA, so they might feel confident about this matchup for themselves.
10 seconds remaining.
Same time, HF did a monstrous performance game 1 on the WannaCry Bloodseeker, so the fact that he gets to play that again feels very happy for him. Sweet Boys will have to do everything in their power to protect Void and make sure there's damage that goes into the bubble itself. You see HF have already banned out the Invoker. No Tiny for easy burst as well. Leshrac! 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 I'm out. Leshrac should be picked every game. Hero's so good. Let's pick Leshrac. Let's pick Leshrac! Let's pick... Yep. Waiting right now with bated breath for what the Sweet Boys are going to present to us. Want a bit more laning pressure coming in from them. Ancient Apparition is going to be laning with the Void most likely. Unless they pick up like some CK or something in the off lane. To make sure they get the cold feats done. I wouldn't mind seeing Mirana so long. Get the Sacred Arrow against the Enchantress creep. Diminish her utility early on. Pretty much every single time. Sweet Boys really taking their time. Essentially they want Lion. Oh, they banned it themselves. Get the Clockwork. Okay. Clock has been known to be fairly good against heroes like the Bloodseeker. Easy way to cancel out the Morty's Kisses from afar. Damage against Enchantress. More setup for the Ancient Apparition. Ice Blast. Still not that much damage though for the Sweet Boys.
5 seconds remaining.
Pick Leshrac, please! Get so stressed out not seeing Leshrac being picked up. But on the real though, they could go for like Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit. I think Ember probably is a bit more favored for me right now. Easier ways of playing into this Bloodseeker. Their turn to be very deliberative. Regards to the follow-up pick here. Couple around now, stays in the drop.
Dire team pick.
They'd get the rest. Okay. So not gonna be Wraith King, but another hero that's very difficult to bring down inside the bubble. Especially as he gets tankier and tankier. He builds like S and Y, which I hope he does in this game. Of quite a tough customer. These boys do indeed go for the Storm Spirit. Like I said, this is an option for them. Combos up nicely with the Ancient Apparition. More setup than that. More magical damage and burst. He's a bit more to get going nowadays though than heroes like Ember Spirit do. So I worry that even with BKB he can still be killed. I think Storm Spirit suffers against Rupture a lot. Really painful to get Ruptured as well. Sweet Boys still need a hero that's gonna soak up a lot of this damage. Axe in the game. Axe is in the game, but you wanna play Axe versus Cursor. Now they actually do want the Underload. I think the Underload would be really good for them. Means they'll still be lacking with some damage inside the bubble, but at the very least you have Firestorm, Pit of Malice can ensure additional lockdown once the bubble ends. And given how the hero builds, either you're going to be propping up the Void with the Solar Crest or keeping the entire team alive with the Greaves. Either way can be quite beneficial. Sweet Boys, hell, even if he buys Rod of Atos, fantastic against Bloodseeker. He buys Gleipnir, great follow-up to the Void Chrono, and still having Pit of Malice. HF, I like that Viper band too. What does that suggest for going into the mid lane though? DK. Always like DK versus Spirit. Does mean you'll be playing 3 melee heroes against like Storm Clock. That can be a bit annoying. I don't have a natural way to get out of the Clockwork Cogs in this. Unless they go for the Ember Spirit themselves.
Radiant team back.
Out. Direction of Sweet Boy goes into lane. Allows your team to actually play in this game, play forward, not just play reactively. What HF is doing again.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
Banning out these green heroes that are good against Ursa. Yeah.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Sweet Boy, sweet. What do we get?
Radiant team pick.
Tidehunter. Massive team fight.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The issue I have with the Tidehunter is that it doesn't give them more damage. It gives them a lot more control still. They're still super reliant on the Void getting really late into the game in order to be able to dish out necessary damage. Not like Tidehunter can't die in this game against Bloodseeker Ursa. I don't know, I just wanted a hero that was a bit faster paced than this. I don't want Sweet Boys to be reliant on big ultimates. I mean, sure, a big ultimate can turn the entire game around for you. But still, I don't know how I feel about this. Let's see what HF gets. And they get the Ember. We spoke about this earlier, that this was most likely what they were going to pick mid for themselves. So they have the Ember for their speediness around the map, some burst, plays decently versus Storm Clock. You shouldn't really get chronoed as Ember Spirit. Should be a very rare occurrence that happens. Can happen, but whether or not it does sort of depends on how hot the Ember Spirit is feeling on that given day. Yet again, HF, look at the advantage they have. Practically no cooldowns. Only Mortimer's Kisses have a large enough cooldown, but they have to take it into account when they consider where to go on the map. HF have to consider the Tidehunter Ravage, they have to consider the Chronosphere, they have to consider whether or not the Chronosphere is happening at the same time as Ancient Apparition has Ice Blast available. Oh, good. A lot to think about. So for Sweet Boys, no more rolls of the dice are left. This is it. This is the final opportunity. Should they fail to win this game, that's it. Because HF are on tournament point. So let's see if they can do it. Will they secure game 3 and the entire freaking tournament. Oh, you sweet boys keep the Arcane BotL League going by taking a game off of HF. Let's find out together as we go into game 3.
Prepare for battle.
Ursa. Be the big bad bear that they want to avoid on the side. Sweet boys for the most part. Keeping the Faceless Void, allowing him to farm up as much as humanly possible. Ultra late, he will be able to carry this game. But it's difficult to get to that ultra late game portion. Getting there is going to require perfect team play between himself and the rest of the gang. In particular, there can be virtually no waste of his ultimates. Quite hard to catch Squad X as well. Every time he jumps in,
Seconds to battle.
you're gonna have to catch him either with a Vortex or with a very lucky Cogs back push. That should set them up for like Ravage, Chrono, all the follow-up stuns. One more sound. Doesn't seem like this time around HF are interested in having a very aggressive movement. Just gonna be standard trades to get themselves the bounties.
Much blood.
2-2 both sides. Here we go. Dota 2 kicking off for the third game here in the grand finals. HF just one victory away. Will they be able to do it? Squad X led the game to victory in game 2. To be able to accomplish here in game number 3. Main counterpart here. To be this young Storm Spirit versus Ember Spirit matchup. There was a while where Storm Spirit was sort of like the little brother in this matchup, but now I sort of think Storm is favored, right? See how it works out. How aggressively Squad X wants to play. He's going to be going for the Flame God build. So, Nick going to try to harass him out as much as humanly possible. Now the levels in this are fairly low. What's lost this operation? Let's TP back to the team. Meantime, WannaCry playing like Faceless Void. Not fun for the Void. Get out sustained so hard in this game. Gonna be expecting WannaCry to have yet another great performance on this hero, given a good start. In dot bottom. See that this Ursa creep way very far back, but he's farming it. BD putting in some damage with the battery assault. Harbinger of things to come. They're gonna need this spell very much. Clockwork has to do so much in this game. The battery assault has to be available with the cogs, not just to help against Squad X, but to also zone this Ursa. But indeed, yes, Ursa have to deal with quite a lot of kiting against them. Chrono, there's a Ravage, there's a Vortex, there's an Ice Vortex. The Gush, the Hook Shot. Strategy should be relying around just getting as farmed as possible and just trying to run at the side of the boys. Situation is doing really well middle. 14-3 versus the 9-1. Fantastic time here against it. But see if this can continue. Also wonder if this is going to be one of those games where yet again Storm Spirit rushes Sanj and Kaya, or are we going to have more old school implementation of the item build on this hero? I think given that they don't really have any stuns on the side of HF, they have what? Steering chains as the root and Morty's Snapfire Cookie. So besides that, might actually be able to get away with getting an early Orchid. But the only other damage that they have on their lineup with the Arcade is going to be the Ice Blast. So if they don't get the perfect connections on the Ice Blast, it would feel like a massive commitment in gold. Sandra Kaya is most likely what we'll see here from this hero. Trying to catch up on farm where he can. Experience difference isn't that massive, fortunately for him. Only been 3 denies for Volshevnik. Can still find himself in a decent position, but the gold advantage certainly belongs to the top lane though. We see first blood happening. HF able to run down this ancient apparition. It's a pretty big deal to be killing AA early in this game, because the more this ancient apparition is dead, the later the Ice Blast becomes available. And I cannot stress enough how little damage they have without Ice Blast. If Ice Blast doesn't connect, they just are noodles. Need so much time before they get the necessary damage to be able to burst down these targets without the Ice Blast being and you have AA. Can we find this other D ward? Let's see. He's gonna look for it. Not just yet. Let's see. Get it? Does he get it? Nah, he's not looking for it. Just trying to grab vision of the opponent team, so this observer ward will stay standing. It does expire in a couple of seconds anyway. Doesn't matter. It would have been a nice little boost of gold to make up for the earlier death. The game, let's compare and contrast these offlaners. Like the experience for the Bloodseeker, whenever he's alone, he's like, this is perfect. The experience for Tide, whenever he's alone, this is yikes. 15 and 1 CS for the Tide at this point in time. But he has Ring of Health, so it looks like the Battle Fury build is still going to be the option here for Bubble Boy. This kind of sucks, right? When you're in this situation where there's a Siege Wagon here, Hellbear Smasher, they drop a Blood right? Yeah, I was about to say they probably have to bring in another hero just to force them away from the tower, and they bring in this Clockwork. So Enchantress looking like she's gonna die here. Actually, Assault able to run her down. But as we mentioned, Tide hates having to be alone down bottom, because he's not just dealing with an Ursa. Ursa by himself is one thing, but you know that there is level 2 Lil Shredder ready at a moment's notice, and now they turn around potentially to try and get some damage back onto Volshevnik. They're trying to kill this Ursa. Ursa turning around with damage onto this Storm Spirit. Storm Spirit. Nice jump early on. They catch Ursa. There's no level 6, no range, no defense, and they are able to find the kill. They now know that WannaCry is alone in the top lane, and they commit the Chrono. Cold Feet as well. Blood Rides will be there, and it is enough. Alright, Sweet Boys exploiting the movement down bottom. Just popping the bubble, getting the damage out. Now both Storm as well as the Faceless Void have been involved in early kills. Squadex does get some revenge by finding the Clockwork though. Catches him out in the mid lane as Speedy takes a tumble in that situation. Won't be too happy, but whatever. The real big kill was the one on the Ursa. Plays this Battle Fury. Opens up space for the Faceless Void to come back into things. Hasn't had the easiest time of things thus far, but she's farming, man. Doing his thing. That kill's gonna help out so much that he got as well. Nice shot in the arm of the net worth. I think they're stacking up with heroes to try and kill him. They're rotating Luxury. Lacquer's already nearby. But unfortunately for them, beautifully placed a new Observer Ward by the Speedy to give them necessary information to back off with the Void, so he will not put himself in danger. I have the level 6 and they want to use this Rupture, but complicated. Picking up the other R spell, Ravage is online on the other side of the park. Falcons though, onto Lacquer. Should be a kill. Oh, use a fire snap cookie to get him out of trouble, but the rotation coming in from Volshevnik will secure the life ultimately. Getting a double kill for the Storm Spirit. The perfect start to the game, and feeling so confident in the game, in fact, that he will indeed opt to skip the Sergeant Kaya, going all in, baby. Give me that Orchid. Give me that Soul Burn. Give me the damage.
Stupendous.
I don't think they're building Yule Scepter on Ember Spirit, right? Yeah, Ember's building a Orchid of his own. Squarex is also going for a very fast-oriented build, similar to Game 2, but more anti-Storm Spirit attributes in this one. Gonna go for this dive forward. He really wants to try find Speedy, but might have gone a little bit too far forward as now. But Vortex back, however, there's not enough mana left on Volshevnik to really actually find that kill.
That was not yours.
Up, they do get the Ancient Apparition though. Wait, do they? Blood Right will drop, but there's also a Chronosphere to come through from this Faceless Void. Rupture, drop down onto Void. He time walks away. Will he be able to survive this fight? Luxury is going to be here. There's going to be the low shredder with the Fire Snap Cookie. More than enough damage. They even bring in this Ursa for good measure. As the bear claws through the Faceless Void, securing the kill. They get the tower. Massive advantage suddenly picked up right now by the side of HF. Retsu, aka Bubble Boy, was sitting comfortably. Parts unknown, and he shows up explosively on the map right now. I was surprised. Okay. Didn't commit the bubble for that though, but do get a kill onto WannaCry down bottom. Turning to defend middle. I thought we were gonna try and spend most of their efforts at this defense as Lacquer will die inside the power calls, but they might be able to lead this into follow-up kills as Squadex goes in. Flame Guard trying to burn down this Clockwork. This is maxed out. Hookshot will connect onto some creeps and allow Clock to escape, but doesn't seem like XXX will be as lucky. Gets ran down. Squadex is going to be there. Finding the grab. This is so similar to what we've been seeing this entire series. Every single time. Whenever you get the life from Lacquer or from Luxury, it always seems to cost the life from XXX in return. And now middle. Ice Blast coming through. Gonna land onto the Ember Spirit. Buying a little bit of space for Storm to zip away. They do have Thirst Vision for a second. WannaCry trying to chase him down. Gets off the Rupture. That's what he wanted, baby. Do they get this kill? Blood Right. Drop down. Will be enough. And Volshevnik gives up a dominating streak with a goal towards WannaCry. And this Bloodseeker now, as he gets towards the Rod of Atos, only wants to make life even more difficult for the Storm Spirit.
The flames rush forth.
GD. I think the Spirit Vessel will make quite a huge difference to their fortunes in this game, especially against this Ursa. Doesn't have any other defensive items just yet. Just going straight for this raw BKB for Battle Fury, which he picks up now. Fury into Wand. How far is Void towards Maelstrom? Still building it. This has the full Mask of Madness, so not like debilitatingly far behind. Has some way of still accruing gold to catch up with. Might end up losing his life here though. Do they enchant him to slow him? Will he time walk the Aquatics? Walk will break. Will he find the grab here? Steering chains, stalling up the Faceless Void. Time walk is up. There's gonna be the Fire Snap Cookie. Woo! Rupture! Okay. Okay. Rupture with Flame Guard, all the damage on Earth, and they also get a kill now onto this Clockwork. But that Flame Guard, Rupture, Slide of Fist, it's crazy. No Void available to help them mount the defense on the tier 1 tower down bottom. HF happily obliged by going to take it for free. Bring Void back down. They don't have vision of the Void TPing in, but feels himself in the wave. Oh, not going to be an area of the map that they jump. I decide to stick around and try to set up for a kill because Volshebnik has now finished off this full Orchid. Item being available opens up opportunities for the Sweet Boys. Roshan being done right now. They scouted him going into the Roshan pit and this observer ward. Hookshot will be there, comes in the Ice Blast as well. Enrage and the usage of the jump out. We're gonna end up dying though, I think. Nope, still alive. Will not. He just got clipped by the Ice Blast. Didn't actually get brought down by a Chronosphere though. Catches both Squadix as well as Luxury. Or Lacquer rather. Luxury is still outside the pit, throwing in the kisses. Not able to get anybody from this. Rupture now flying out from WannaCry back onto the Faces Void. They want to try to bring him down. Time Walk Away will be there in a moment. WannaCry, does he have the damage to make this happen? They brought down XXX on the other side. Impetus shots. Will they follow through onto this Faceless Void? Blood Riot will be there. They're chasing him super hard. He uses the Mask of Madness for the movement speed. Will he escape? Will he live? Yes, he will. Does stay alive. They couldn't close the gap with the Enchantress, and now it turns out that WannaCry, he's himself overextended. The same is true of Lacquer as they get turned around upon by the Sweet Boys. Both get brought down. They chased in to try kill this Void. Instead, find themselves entering the Void themselves. Roche is still available, still open.
Gold and sweet.
Ursa found himself in a situation he was able to bring down the Tidehunter, but unfortunately not much more than that. WannaCry still have a gold lead, but not many more fights like that left in the tank. What really starts to impact upon their ability to take future fights, especially because it's going to still buy more time for the Faces Void. Couple hundred gold away from this, from at long last. They're struggling to get this item. Shot now. You wanna cry? Ice Blast is also thrown out. But I don't think anybody dies from this. Gonna be a Ravage committed, but Fire Snap Cookie onto WannaCry literally helps him outrun those Ravage tentacles. Sort of like an explosion in movies moment. Now they want to take the follow-up fight. There's no Ravage to help defend them. Aberration will die fairly easily. Will this have bought the space to go back into the Roshan pit? It certainly seems so. Ursa front and center. First Roshan of the game, so there's no shot and no cheese. But Immortality will have to do for now. They pick up this Aegis on the bear. Immediately smoke up. Try to find some more action on the map. Aquatics. The ward, they scout out Volshebnik. This is not an easy kill. He gets Orchided here as well as the Searing Chains. Do they have enough damage? Yes, they do. They brought down Volshebnik. In the meantime, WannaCry threw out the Rupture onto this Clockwork. Oh no, Volshebnik died to a neutral creep. The Ancients killed him. Alright. I doubt Ancient Apparition will be that lucky though. At this point in time, I kind of feel like feeling very, very difficult for Sweet Boys yet again in game 3. Not just to take a fight, but to think they can survive it. Void needs BKB. Storm needs BKB. Everybody needs BKB. The thing is, because they don't have Blink Dagger on XXX just yet, it's difficult for them to try and force an engagement of their own. Because most of the time it'll require diving forward with either Volshebnik or with the Speedy. But neither of these heroes are certain to survive that jump for a long duration of time. Right. Looking towards this high ground, looking maybe for a cheeky Chronosphere. Not able to find it just yet. Apparition gets more vision in behind on the high ground. Lacko, they get the impetus shots here. Rod of Atos Blood Right, lots of damage. Easy kill there onto this Ancient Apparition. As long as they hold the bubble though, it does seem likely that they can keep this tower alive for a really long time. The bottom one is a different story, as HF flows in immediately onto this and will be able to take it down. Go Shredder to make the job a little bit easier for Retsu. Just back up. Wave. Might be an opportunity for the Sweet Boys. Or the move that's being attempted now by HF, so they do smoke. And Gravage is online now. Will it finally be revealed? WannaCry, Hookshot will catch him out. There's going to be the Ice Blast, connect directly onto him. He does not have a Pipe of Insight, so he is in danger of dying here. There's going to be the Ravage as well, catching out onto 3, although the Ursa inside the middle here. Chronosphere connecting onto 2. The kill Squadix inside of it. Now suddenly Void wants to reach for more. Looking for Luxury. Luxury keeping alive in the middle of the fight. XXXX will be able to get that kill. Does die to some impetus shots though. There's going to be a 3-for-3 fight so far. And I think it'll stay a 3-for-3 fight. They try to ignore the bear because you're sitting with the sages. But they get big prizes still. However, the losses they sustain, and with the strength of this bear being so powerful, still having access to the Aegis, despite them losing arguably more in that fight with the mid and the offlaner both going down, it's still this Ursa who's standing tall, trying to fight middle, looking to reach back onto this Clockwork. Clockwork, will he die? One more right click will kill him. It doesn't come off at the same time. Bolshevnik is able to bring down Lecker and now reaching back onto this Ursa. This might be the breakthrough that they needed. Retsu gets off the Enrage. He's fighting through right now. They got up the Blood Riot and the Rupture as well onto the Faceless Void, but all 5 heroes surrounding him. Enough to kill the bear, to bring down Ursa Warlord. Ursa Warrior. End up taking a tumble here. Okay, big fight, big fight, big fight, big fight, big fight. Storm gets a lot out of that. That should be almost BKB for sure. Here, a Campo 2, and then suddenly you are back in a positive position. Just wants to get back in the black. KB money is now online. Item really does change the game for him. Especially with how Squadix has been dealing with him using this Orchid. Once that BKB is online, that is no longer issue for this game. Spirit Vessel is coming soon for the Clockwork. Oh lol, that was so funny. They didn't deny the tower, so Wildung Ripper literally walks all the way over, just kills it.
Blood's a runner.
Side of HF. They're gonna try to do something. Orchid. Big reveal here is the BKB from the Ursa. The full 9 seconds. They jump up. There's gonna be a chrono on the 2. Both Squadix as well, the Ursa as well as the Bloodseeker. Both of them in danger. Ravage catches absolutely everybody to follow that up. All 3 cores gone in the flash of an eye. Now the rest of this fight, they're trying to flee from HF. We get it, the full combo. Luxury, can he run away? Fire Snap Cookie down to the low ground, jumped off the by Bolshevnik, however, who is not impressed by your mobility skills. Will just be able to get the easy kill there. Oh my goodness, oh my goodness. Extremely huge chrono catching Bloodseeker and Ursa. Then the Ravage catches literally everybody. And they bring down all the key targets at the beginning of the fight. It does not get better than that. What a time to be alive. What a time to be alive.
And sweet.
Now Void finds himself third on the net worth. BKB not too far away. We saw there the power of the BKB from Bolshevnik. Plot twist! Didn't even really need it. Power all there was from the Chronosphere. So now imagine if he feels zero fear from jumping that far forward every single time. They got a bit lucky that HF were here on their own high ground, seeking to play aggressive. Once they get the BKB on Void, they can start to make moves of like their own. This time around, not having to rely on mistakes from HF, but can play with their own aggression and their own pace.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Tower is under attack.
Right. Building Lotus Sword for the squad. Despite that very strong fight, this is part of the issue, right? After you've taken that very strong fight, now they're like, great, there's no Chrono, there's no Ravage. There is an Ice Blast though, and they utilize it to kill Squadix in the middle of the trees here. Big jump. Oh, I wonder what happened. Even WannaCry is tipping the Ember Spirit. Must have been some Pepega type stuff. Triple X jumping forward, finding Lekka, Rod of Atos holding him in position. Blood Right doesn't trigger though, so not silenced at all. Sweet Boys don't have the easiest time securing the tower though. Not the most amount of building damage on their heroes. Really struggling with this. Ember Spirit will now be back. I don't think they want to take a full 5v5, but at the same time, yeah, ultimates are back online. They have Ravage again, they've got Chrono again. XXX has Blink, hookshot going forward. They want to try and lead in onto Laka. They should be able to burst the Enchantress quite easily. Rupture was thrown in onto Speedy, so now they don't have that available.
Boom, there it goes.
Finally be able to claim themselves a tier 1 from the mid lane. It took a while, but through sheer resilience they're able to do it. Whenever these ultimates are up, and man, the sheer burst damage that comes from Ice Blast. That's why they wanted it with Storm Spirit. Once you get blasted, this hero jumps on top of you and you will evaporate. Squadix, does he have a remnant down somewhere? Let's see if they can get him out of danger. Does still have Dual Scepter to pop if needed. You won't be able to get him off, however, as the combination of spells from the side of the Sweet Boy is good enough to kill him. Full chain disable from 100 to 0. Do they get the consolation prize of the Roche? At the very least, it does seem like that's gonna happen. But oh boy. Jeff. Similar to what they've done often to the side of the Sweet Boys, looks like they were almost on the cusp of losing control of this game. Giving the Aegis towards this Ursa and killing Roche gave them a much needed boost in net worth.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
For the first time in the series, this mid game looking extremely promising for the Sweet Boys. All the heroes have now officially surpassed the Ember Spirit in farm on their cause. Now it's just a matter of seeing if the Void can catch up and keep up with the Ursa. A very nice neutral item to pick up, getting the Elven Tunic. Let's actually see what we have on either side here in terms of the neutrals. Dire side. The only interesting one is Elven Tunic and Mindbreaker so far. Oh, but XI is just playing with them. You do get a Pally Sword on Ursa. That's nice. We wish it was a Penta-Edge sword, but he'll take the Pally Sword for now. Speaking of Ursa, getting jumped right now. Might have to pop BKB just to survive. Uses that and the Enrage. He'll be happy enough with this. Claiming the 9-second BKB as well as having him use Enrage. He tries to get away now with the Earthshock. Chrono is available. Rupture does go forward as well. They really don't want to have to use the Chrono here. And they won't have to because Ursa's gonna be fine. Speedy taking some impetus shots. We'll see Volshevnik diving in onto the Enchantress. Enchantress will get Fire Stamp Cookie directly into the Ice Blast. Quadex though jumping back in, looking for Volshevnik. Lots of mana available for Ember, none at all available for Storm Spirit, so they do decide to mount that retreat. And now with Storm being gone, they want to try and force this fight. BKB being forced, Faceless Void won't be able to get the kill before he's forced away from this fight. And they jump in, they kill Speedy. BKB was used on the Void. Can they get Triple X out of here? Yes. Nope. Dual Scepter comes out in time. They will have the damage to kill this Tidehunter.
Comforting rune of regeneration.
What a fight. Buyback was used there by the Enchantress. It did seem to scare away the Faceless Void. It didn't stick around to see if he could kill the Ursa inside the bubble and at least take away the Aegis. But they have this outpost. They're already on the other side of the map. Imagine having TP'd home already and you have to TP home again because of how unsafe you feel. Once this SNY build. Now they have to try and contend with the world. They don't have their ultimates quite some time. And without their ultimates, HF are not afraid of them. S Plus though is a very scary ultimate. That's the one that they'll always be afraid of. And looks like they're going to show some respect. Tide being potentially up in 10 seconds. Tier 2 down bottom. They might decide to focus elsewhere for now. Woke up. They realize that if they're playing this entire game from inside their base, they are going to lose it. It makes stuff happen. Ooh, hookshot gets blocked by XXX himself, so they can't kill Laka. That was the epitome of unfortunate. Just being kept from doing anything productive. Codex now, just drawing some attention, has the Aghanim Scepter so can do these shenanigans often. He gets in with the cogs onto Speedy. Speedy taking way too much Flame Guard damage, will end up ticking out. Codex also has a double damage rune here. Actually, the dive back into the base, the bear is there. There's going to be 2 heroes caught with the Searing Chains. Morty's kisses to follow that up. They've killed down this Ancient Apparition. Chronosphere is dropped down onto the bear. Ursa still does have access to the Aegis. Not even gonna die the first time around. Instead, comes out of it alive and uses that power to kill down the Clockwork. Will finally tick out, but not before the rest of his team is able to consolidate this high ground positioning, allowing them to kill the Clockwork, kill the Ancient Apparition. Now go in for the lane of Rax. Jump in from the Ravage is gonna be pretty huge, catching everybody. Squadix will die off of the back of this. Still no Chrono. Was already used up in the middle of the fight, so they don't have the double combination from the side of Sweet Boys. Aka in the meantime has just been throwing out these impetus shots. Looks like the death of Squadix though will keep this game alive, and HF wanted to do a victory lap, but they do not grab the grand finals just yet. But as I say that, they turn around now looking towards XXX. XX. A lot of damage here. Chase down. Road Shredder will be there. Quite a bit of damage in the meantime. WannaCry also suffering from the rest of the Sweet Boys. Will die despite the protection of the Lotus Orb. Laka also in danger. Oh, jump in. They want to try find a kill there. But this Ursa looking for Volshevnik won't be able to do so just yet. The lack of stuns really starting to become a problem right now for this Ursa. Just being kited left, right, and center, and realizes just wants to flee away from this fight. Laka. Fusion rune taken away in front of his face, so that's actually a lot of damage going in towards him. Despite the untouchable, will still die.
Then we can meet face to
Radiant
Time is money.
is under attack.
HF. Topsy-turvy engagement, but a massive win. for the side of the Sweet Boys. Again, it costs all these commitments on these spells. Fight starts basically inside the base. Here close to the river. Ursa gets an MKB somehow throughout all of that. Here in the Arcane BotL League Grand Finals, things are looking super close still. HF, despite having this gold lead, really is predicated on whether or not ultimates are online for the Sweet Boys. Anytime there's real ultimates up, they can't fight the side of HF. Oh, hit. X. Don't die just yet. The Ice Blast will be there, catching 2 heroes, and they're gonna lose the Ursa. Chronosphere, good for the money. Volshevnik also helping out with the grab to bring down the Ember Spirit. WannaCry also dies on the high ground, getting a double kill towards the Storm Spirit. Volshevnik trying to chase for more. They get the vision on the high ground. They find Luxury on the cliff. He's gonna get chased down by the Faceless Void. Shadow Blast did what it could, but unfortunately cannot save a life that is doomed to death. And Lacquer trying to escape close to the tier 2 will be able to do so using the Glimmer Cape. Yet again, what happens when they have these ultimates? The Ice Blast, they kill Ursa, they kill Squadix and Lacquer. Very awkward positioning here for this Enchantress.
Tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Can't believe it. Okay, is this the time? They came close last time around on the side of the Sweet Boys to actually claiming the overall gold lead. Will they be able to do it in the next few minutes, as at least for 30 seconds now there's no Ursa farming, and they're gonna hook shot forward, gonna try and find a kill onto Enchantress. Fire Snap Cookie pushes her away from the power cogs. He does still have access to the Hurricane Pike, so it's quite unlikely they can get this kill, but they bought time. It's a time that the Faceless Void isn't farming. He's running away, he's doing shenanigans, jumping up and down, but not actually getting CS. Now that the Ursa has respawned, you haven't really lost out on farm time, because your opponent on the other side just spending his time playing around with the supports on your team. It is building into an Eye of Skadi here. Move coming in from HF. Oh. It's gonna be Ice Blast, throw it. WannaCry is gone. Buys back instantly. Doesn't want to give up Roshan. 4 buybacks only available in this game. Morty's Kiss is thrown forward. Will they kill anybody? Yes, they managed to bring down the Speedy. Ancient Apparition also in now a whole host of danger. Getting chased around. Will get brought down. At the same time, they do get down Lacquer. So support on all fronts. Getting brought down without buyback. Jump in. Ravage catching out onto 3 heroes. Will they be able to kill the Ursa? Yes, they can. No defense to be mounted there. He had already found himself stunned up. Cannot use the BKB. 2 for 2 trade.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
At the same time, they're also losing bottom, so the equilibrium's in favor of the Sweet Boys. That was not just any hero that died. That was Ursa that died. The hero that's supposed to be inside the Roshan hitting it right now. HF finally see it happen. Sweet Boys have the gold lead. Faceless Void is almost going to be net worth leader in the game. They can get another fight like that, which is really possible considering that they do have the bubble online. Alex. Uh-oh. Gets head stop. Do they have the damage to find this kill? Buy a Snap Cookie. Try to create some distance. It feels like somebody in the team should buy Guardian Greaves really, really badly. By somebody, I mean WannaCry. Can they hold here? Smoke up. Okay, Squadix. There is going to be an Ice Blast that comes through. Squadix is going to be hexed up, but he's still alive. Yules into the air. Ice Blast did connect onto him. He doesn't have a way to escape here anymore. He's going to end up losing his life. Other side of the fight, we see Speedy locking in Lacquer whilst the rest of his team is working Luxury. They bring down the Snapfire. Bloodright Might help to secure an escape, but nope, Chrono will just be there on the 2. WannaCry gonna be the priority target here. Still able to run away for now though. Lekka does die. Hookshot doesn't connect onto WannaCry. We see jump back in of this pair. Him and Squadix gonna try to get something done here. However, BKB was used on the other side. Oh, Rod of Atos with the Blood Rides, helping to kill Speedy. They're chasing down this Faceless Void. BKB will not last forever. Time dilation though will buy enough time to get away.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Bottom tower being sieged in. The double siege wagon. Tier 3 tower might end up taking a tumble here. They desperately want to bring down this Roshan before that happens though. Retsu can do this really quickly. And they get you in time. XXXX. XXXXXX. XXXX Ravage. Ravage doesn't connect. BKB was used by the Ursa, and now the bash is out onto the Storm Spirit. Storm is gonna end up dying. Buys back instantly though. They do get the Hex out, but the Lotus Orb was there first, so Hex back onto XXX as well. Squadix, can he survive outside of the pit here? Doesn't have any defensive tools. No Yule Scepter. No way out. Does end up taking a tumble. 2 minutes in the grave. No buyback available from him. It's a dieback. Retsu, aka Bubble Boy, also dies as well. In the meantime, Volshipnik finishes off the Aegis, picks up the cheese, picks up the Aegis itself, and also, I think, gets an Aghanim Scepter for himself because there's no way he had that built up already. WannaCry now, fighting against the Faceless Void. Void, it's a shot, flies back. Wade's still alive though. But now a massive 15k gold lead for the Sweet Boys. They are so far ahead. This game at some point looked like it was all but finished and complete for the side of HF. They secured a lane of racks, but fight after slow fight, Sweet Boys started to climb their way back with these team fights. Oof, what a game this is. It's so fun. So, very far ahead right now in terms of net worth on top of the Ursa. 3 Aghanims. Holding the Shiva's Guard now. Having the cheese. Still having Aegis of the Immortal at the ready. Not just by himself in terms of the damage output, backed up by the Faceless right now is getting to that super scary territory. They don't win the game in the next 5 minutes for HF, they can't win the game anymore. We're having major tank ability issues for Squadix. Doesn't have a BKB. So suffering quite a lot whenever he gets time dilated. Then it's like, now what? Time dilation, that's it. Nothing you can do. Just get slowed up. Walked like a dog, just killed. That's bad. Out of pain in this game at the moment out of HF. What they can do to overcome it. So seem to have overcome being 2 games down. Despite HF having tournament point, they're fighting back right now, making this an interesting grand finals. 3-0s are boring. So let's see if the side of the Sweet Boys can make this 2-1 at the very least. Ursa doesn't have that much more room to grow. You get like Swift Blink, finish the Abyssal Blade. Squadix has the one with the most room to grow. Needs like BKB, Hex, a lot of other. WannaCry also wants to get the Hex, so it's like they are jealous of the fact that XXX has access to this Hex and mimic this particular style of build. As if they can get there though. Those are quite far away in terms of their overall form. That is worth safer buyback in a game like this. Especially because whenever you see a team like the Sweet Boys who have push that is very lackluster at the best of times, you gain so much more from having buyback against them. Because when you can buy back, it's often not just a delay of the push, but a way to cancel it out altogether. Disc. Wrapped up now by the ancient apparition. Increase the survivability of the most crucial hero in these fights. AA just does the Lord's work. The one bright spot though for the side of HF is that because they have this mid lane already taken, there's a constant wave of super creeps pushing back in for them. So they don't have to worry about one side of the map as much as the Sweet Boys do. Sweet Boy trying to force the advantage now whilst Quadex is dead. Need to take the tier 3 tower. Jump in. 5 worship Nick. Like that kill is probably not happening. They can get the racks. They can get the racks and get out. That is the W. That is the win. Indeed does seem like it'll be the case. Faces Void time walking forward and back. They equalize the racks advantage. Extend their gold advantage. Put themselves right on track during this crucial game 3 for them. Woke up by Volshevnik and the boys. But he found just yet. Come across Luxury who breaks the smoke. Glimmer Cape though gets scouted out with the dust of appearance. And oh! Nice jump down onto the low ground with the fire sniper key. Okay. Staying alive. Large wave also will be really pushed in by the top lane. Ursa kind of split the map as much as you can.
A loss so small, the world will hardly notice.
Shame. Shame.
Look at this Satanic now up. How do you kill the Faceless Void now? Somehow have to kill everybody else around him without being caught inside the crow. Also think Squadex has been caught out a lot of times by the Void. I think what often ends up happening is that he's using up all his charges before he really gets into the fight or in a situation where he needs the bonus charge to get him out of trouble. I'd have to play a little bit more conservatively the upcoming engagements now. He'll find himself opening up. No Yules, no Lincoln Sphere, no Aeon Disc, so that's death. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Squadex dead again. Keeps happening to the Ember Spirit. Top lane. Will he decide to pop the Chrono? The Spare will get Chronoed all by his lonesome. Morty's Kisses will be there. And Retsu, aka Bubble Boy, will not die. Instead, they get the kill actually onto the Ancient Apparition. And even Void doesn't want to take an extended fight against this Ursa just like this. And for jump forward, Volchevik. Not the best idea, my friend. Abyssal Blade Stun will be there. BKB does come out, but there's still quite a bit of damage. This chase is going to get very far forward from the Faceless Void. Ursa does not have any kind of way to survive this. Will die. No buyback available for him, and with 2 minutes in the grave for the bear, this might just be the Sweet Boys finally ending the game out. Laka buying as much time as you can, but it's not gonna be enough. Go buyback. Wait, it's too big. It's way too big. Honestly, this game is over at this point. You start thinking about game 3 as a wash. You start considering what to do in game 4 instead. Although they're gonna fight for this high ground, delaying against the Faceless Void. Deep zip in coming in from the Stone Spirit, but that ate up all his mana, so he doesn't have a lot of it left for this fight. Taking the tier 3 tower. You really just want the remainder of this rack. Squadex only has 2 remnant charges remaining. Slide of Fist online into second. Actually manages to dodge the Ravage thanks to the Slide of Fist. WannaCry though will not be so lucky. Does die. Does have buyback though. Will be forced to use it. Get back into the fray as soon as possible. Laka, as he ends up taking a tumble. There's no buyback for the Enchantress. 30 seconds until we have the Ursa. Squadex able to stall out his clockwork. Ice Blast goes back after the Hex. Lotus Orb will not protect you, and Squadex going to die here. Has buyback in 30 seconds. The game might be just over at that point. Luxury will also take a tumble. Buyback will come in from the Snapfire. Sweet Boys are finally gonna do it. They're looking for the end of the game. Will they be able to get it? One more push for the Megas. Ursa's back. Squadex has buyback. Last moments of the game. Hit. Out finds the Snapfire. They buy back on Squadex. Getting back into the fray. Hook shot with the Hex. Immediately as the Ember Spirit shows his face. Instantly dead. Chrono now on the two. The Ursa as well as the Snapfire. There's nothing they can do here. GG. Haven't called it just yet, but we know it's going to be coming any second now. Ursa dies. The whole team will take a tumble. And that's it. Woo. Game 3 is a showstopper of the Sweet Boys. Show us that there is something to the team. It's not just HF being crazy far ahead, but it's Sweet Boys also able to play some very strong Dota. Put in the kind of performance that puts them into a situation where they can continue to still challenge for the finals, and it shows why they're in the grand finals. They take game number 3. Looking good while doing it. It was a rocky start, but they believed in their lineup. They believed in the overlapping of the ultimates, that if one of them is up, you can pretty much always take a fight. Rough going at the start, but when they got the damage necessary, that became true. Started to pick up. Massive performance from the Ancient Apparition as well. So only losing out in game 1, I believe. But thus far looking extremely strong in the series. Whichever team gets Ancient Apparition seems like the team that is favored thus far. Having a very, very high win rate of 60%. Looking good here in the grand finals. HF with this one. I think a lot of the cause of this loss was because Squadex sort of felt like he ran out of pace. This build that he went for, he didn't go for like say Maelstrom with the Ember Spirit. Went in for this purely focused on killing enemies type of build. In the previous game it worked out, it could farm heroes. This time doesn't end up doing so, and as a result, Sweet Boys, they will take game 3. So now we have a game on our hands. HF are still on tournament point, but Sweet Boys might have the beginnings here of a reverse or sweep. So let's see which way that is going to lean when we come back. Continue this grand final here in the Arcane BotL League. There's a best of 5, 2-1 is the scoreline at the moment. When we return, game 4. The last game, or the second last game on the rise of Sweet Boys' comeback. Find out together, so don't go because we'll be right back with some more.
Take us so far, broken down heart, like strung out old stars, plain talking served us so well. We traveled through hell, know how we felt.
Ladies, gentlemen, NB comrades, and everybody rating from Ruthie. Shout out, comrades. We do appreciate it. Welcome back here to the grand finals of the Arcane BotL League. I have HF taking on the side of the Sweet Boys, who did it. Gave us a game, gave us a grand finals. Now we get a game 4. At the very least, we don't get the minimum amount of games. That's all we want. Not the minimum. Let's get into it. We get some more. Sweet Boys obviously want to take this to the deciding game 5. HF though, okay, we've got the hero of the series, Ancient Apparition, picked up by HF. They did this after banning Brood, banning Faceless Void. Looking like they are positioning to attempt to get this W here in game 4. Sweet Boys responded with the Grimstroke as well as the Tiny. We saw some good stuff coming out of these two heroes earlier on. Just wasn't able to get over the line entirely. HF will be dealing with the Wraith King once again. Seems like a special from the side of the Sad Boys. Sweet Boys. Blah, blah, blah.
10 seconds remaining.
I want to see how they're going to perform with this Void Spirit for Squad X. I've seen him play this. In that Positive Fire Games tournament, he did a really good job in a lot of games with this hero. Of course, there's very easy setup thanks to the Ancient Apparition as well, so his job is made significantly easier in terms of bursting down these targets. Let's see, did they ban Ursa? Nope. Pick Ursa, 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 pick Ursa. I think they should do. Pretty much no reason not to go for that hero right here. Get the Nyx Assassin for himself. Alright. Very similar drop to the first one. Didn't have Ancient Apparition, they had, I think it was a Fire Game one? But it was a game where they had like AA Ursa.
10 seconds remaining.
AA Nyx Ursa. Or the Nyx Ursa, yeah. I'm not sure if they had AA that game. Been AA every game. I just don't know which side is better. Sweet Boys. Now from want something beefy. There was a Tusk earlier on. Not sure that's the hero I want to. Something that doesn't die very early and easily. Maybe some Undying or Phoenix.
Enchantress.
Okay, doesn't die. Lane pressure. And still suffer from the Ancient Apparition. Now you really want to pick Ursa because now it's like, well, there's Tiny, there's Wraith King, there's Enchantress. Pick Ursa. If I'm Bubble Boy, I'm dying right now. I'm just like, holy smoke. I'm laughing with my team. I'm like, come on, bro. Get the Underlord though. So they have 9th pick. Perhaps they think that they're being baited into something. Underlord, the Firestorm damage is going to be quite substantial in this game. Very good against the Wraith King in terms of being able to set up to kill him again on the second life with the Pit of Malice. I really think they also will benefit a lot when you play against Wraith King, having a hero that can buy aura items, and playing against Tiny. You saw the impact of this in game number 1. That was against Ancient Apparition. Now you're the team that has the Ancient Apparition. So if you find yourself in situations where you can start a positive fight, get the Ice Blast down, and then you come through with the additional sustain, it's very difficult for Sweet Boys to fight that fight. Pretty much lose every single time. Now we need to see what hero tips them over the edge though. As these Sweet Boys, as HP dips lower and lower. Someone either buys BKB and can do damage from afar. So could see like Terrorblade as well. And PL, you mean you're playing with? Makes sense.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
The backs in the pool. Lumbasaur. Could go for the anti-mage on HF. 9th pick anti-mage is always really dangerous. Really feel Terrorblade, yo. Philippine Terrorblade.
Team pick.
They ban anti-mage just to be safe on the side of the Sweet Boys. Let's just pick Terrorblade. They pick Terrorblade. Wraith King is gonna have a rough time playing against Terrorblade and Underlord. Just ugh.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
He sees it's gonna have the same mental impact as when you wake up and you find out your coin that you bought has dipped in value. Feel. What's it gonna be here? Sweet Boys need to end this draft positively.
Radiant team pick.
We're playing against the Morphling. Morphling is alright, it's decent. I don't like it that much against Wraith King, but fine with it versus the other hero.
10 seconds.
Can burst Enchantress, can burst Grimstroke, can get tanky enough that it's hard for Tiny to burst it.
Remaining.
Hoping he goes in for the right click build though. I do not want to see Bubble Boy in this game just running around trying to only E-Blade down targets. Need to hurt, need some damage. But it ain't hurt. Big boys now. What's the last pick on it? PL, ironically enough, would have been great for them. Well, not against them. Need someone in the off lane who's gonna be able to initiate and help them fight against the Morphling in particular. Axe would have been great still. God, Axe would have been nice. I feel like you should be first doing Axe these days. That hero than me. Beastmaster is not as good as it used to be. Maybe Dark Seal? Morphling Illusion tends to be very strong. Get the Aghanim Scepter, putting that around the Tiny. Get the Valor now. Okay, Nightstalker comes out of it. Bit risky on the Nightstalker pick, I'll be honest. I'm not feeling the happy juices inside, you know? Stop. Oh snap, I forgot to start a prediction. I don't know. Not sure I like this Night Stalker.
Seconds remaining.
Gives us the silence, which can be very good against both White Spirit as well.
5 seconds
Offlane,
remaining.
very tanky offlaner. Won't be zoned out by offlane no matter what. All three of their cores are really tanky and can survive for a long time in a fight. But I kind of feel like that might put them in danger of being set up for damage from Firestorm. Ice Blast is still a huge issue. Night Stalker, if he does get Blink Dagger though, is one of the better heroes at being able to reliably hunt down the Ancient Apparition. If he can do that, if that's his role in this game, then this is a great Night Stalker, given the impact that Ancient Apparition has on the game. But now there's a lot of pressure onto XXX. Because if he doesn't find Ancient Apparition in the fight can't really happen. If he does though, between himself and the Tiny, it's very easy to kill the hero. This can work out for Sweet Boys. I think one of the things I don't like about Night Stalker is that it's one of these Vanguard heroes, you know, high risk, high reward. Well, Vanguard in the Mass Effect sense. Vanguard the item set. But high risk, high reward. If it pans out, it looks great, fantastic, but if it doesn't, this feels so lackluster, so lackluster throughout the entire. Let's see how it goes. Here we go. HF taking on the side of Sweet Boys. Game 4, Grand Finals. Let's go. Customary pause. It's Dota 2. It is what it is. What can we say? Something would literally be wrong. I'd imagine the client was broken if the game just started smoothly. You're like, what the hell is A lot of pressure on him in this game. Has to do magnificent, go above and beyond to get his team the W here.
I like what I see. Always refreshing.
But he just greeting each other, spamming out some chat lines, you know, saying what's hood. Game 4 could lead into the overall final game guaranteed, but it could be the final game in and of itself.
You're in over your head.
Greatly depends on the performance of this night. Him and Tiny. Neither of them can afford to have bad games.
It's looking spicy.
Hey, these are out. Can play the game. On the side of HF though, for them, it's going to be all about positioning this Morphling to hard carry them, which he can do. However, if the very strong Wraith King eventually in this game can actually close this gap, the assistance of the Tiny and the Night Stalker, suddenly Morphling is in much more dire straits, so be a close game on both sides. So, I'm gonna go ahead and do it his own side. Okay, cool. Not even sure that they knew where it was, but Speedy I think figured it out.
5 seconds to battle.
Sweet Boys have adapted well in this series. If those lessons will carry over onto map number 4. Game goes live proper. Tips, sprays. The game's underway as we begin. Bounty runes, how will they go? Back up, nice impale. Doesn't manage to get it though. It does seem like HF will start out with only one bounty, and if Lacquer dies, they might start out with none. But they do get the first blood here. Fortunately for them, the Wraith King doesn't head up the hill. Unless though, bad start, losing out on first blood and losing 3 bounties. If I remember correctly, that's how Sweet Boys lost the first game. The relationship is probably correlatory rather than causal, but you know, never know. Wraith King, personally, really don't like skipping over everything to just go directly for Radiance. Combat Radiance I'm fine with. Hell, even Sange Radiance I can. Raw Radiance doesn't feel right. Nonetheless, it is the option right now for the Wraith King. Mid lane. Aquatics taking on this Tiny. I feel like this is just a lane that trades farm, right? As long as you have like a point and dissimulate, even Aether Remnant, it's very hard to imagine Tiny fully closing the gap to get off the full combo. Top lane. X. Situation where he's being helped out by the Enchantress, so provision is there to ensure that this lane does go decently, but unfortunately he's playing against a Morphling. Ensure that the lane goes as hard as it can in the opposite direction. Lots of harass from downtown. Get the bonus damage from the Chilling Touch. Pretty much no ability for this Night Stalker to harass him back in turn. Could be a lane for this Morph. Get himself a really good time with. Another hero that's going to have a very good time in the early game is going to...
You have done the kingdom a service.
main reason for that is just, consider what's in this lane. The ability to kill them until they have much higher levels for this Mortal Strike. Pretty much impossible with this point or 2 into Atrophy Aura. I think 2 is where he stops, right? You start maxing out Firestorm. A lot of damage onto Wraith King. You can't even try to threaten you with the Skellies as a result of the spell. Right? Echo will just use the Impale. Get himself out of trouble. Other side of the map though, Triple X does end up falling to Luxury. What happened that everybody's tipping him? Are they going for some OG strat? No, even WannaCry is tipping him. What happened? Red 2 will be alone for the time being, as Luxury does return back from the grave. Go farming really well on the Bubble Boy for Morphling.
Thank you.
The Morbid Mask should be coming out here. Not much kill threat. 1 minute until nighttime, but Night Stalker in no real position to do anything when that happens. Went in for the second Bracer, did not opt for a bottle or anything, so gonna have a slight mana deficit. Will have to retreat back home at some point. Make himself more useful, but for now, just comfortable sitting solidly in the lane with the double Bracer. Now he doesn't die. Looking for a much wanted CS. Mid lane though, Squadix almost losing his life here, but he's fine. He's just playing the margins. He's fine. Definitely the kind of game I'd love to see him buy the Aghanim Scepter as well. Look at these heroes, being able to silence them up. Just one jump in. Remember, he's playing against 3 melee heroes, so they're going to be playing fairly close together. Resonant Pulse can have a massive impact. Does have level 6, not level 7 just yet, which is when we really see rotation capacity start to boost enough. Give the mid laner confidence to roam on the map. Now it's starting to look dangerous, and with the points into the WannaCry Pit of Malice and the Wraith King only now about to hit level 5, this might represent a prime time to make a rotation. This is going to go home. Regen up on the HP. Let's see where he decides to go. Indeed. And bottom. Wanna come in, Impale will be there, WannaCry, Pit of Malice does come in, nice jump in with the Astral Step, and Squadix finds the grab. Can easily make his way back middle since he only committed the single charge of the step. Wonderful times here. That's exactly how you want the first rotation to go. Don't really lose anything for this in the meantime elsewhere on the map. They're actually gonna get more damage out onto the Brimstone. They can die here. Oh, Fire Spell will not be enough to kill him, but Squadix isn't done just yet. Astral Step jumping back in. Resonant Pulse not enough, but the second Astral Step will be. As a haste rune, also takes out the Courier as well. Still have enough mobility to get back middle. In the meantime, they left Luxury to soak up this experience to get closer to 6 himself. Squadix has just been doing the Lord's work for the side of HF right now. They really want to kill Wraith King before he hits 6, but it's very difficult for them to do. Squadix is back. Oh my god, dude. He's gonna jump in, they find the Grimstroke. He should be able to find this kill, dissimulate, pops out in the right place, get himself a killing spree. He literally killed this Grimstroke like twice back to back. That just feels bad. The same guy, you die, you respawn, come back, the same dude killed you again. That's just terrible. Well, off the back of that, Squadix, a fair chunk of some GPM, some overall net worth, but so that Valshabek not using his time in vain. to the top of the net worth chart, closing in on getting this early Blink Dagger, feeling like his team needs that additional pace. He knows that the Night Stalker won't be hyper mobile for a while just yet, so it will fall on him the earlier portions of this mid game to open up space for his team. Blink absolutely essential. Nothing. The BotL does use the Dark Ascension. No points into Crippling Fear. It's 2 points hunting the Knights with a lot of attack speed, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm glad he backed off. Thus far, things are going pretty fine for the side of Sweet Boys. Unless they lose the Enchantress here. Okay, free kill. Oh, that's nice. WannaCry will use that to jump up a little bit in the ball net worth. And because of this rotation from Squad X will use this to further climb the net worth to stay at number 2 and close in Tiny. Does not have Blink Dagger, I'm about to go home himself. What else happened on the map? HF though. Morphling still needs quite a bit of room to catch up, but team, especially Squad X, positioned to have a bonkers performance to give him all the space that he'll actually need. This Tiny's able to make good use of the Blink Dagger. The same could also be true of this Raid King. We'll see which carry player's fate will be rewarded the best. XX, a little bit of trouble. Blast just clips him, doesn't actually blast onto him, so the debuff will not be for long. Volshevnik reveals his blink, goes top, getting the kill onto WannaCry. XX didn't get blasted, so he's okay. Comes back in, pops an urn. Lekka's coming with the Vendetta though. Does destroy the courier. So oh wow, okay. Takes out a mask and close of attack, but it costs his life. Now they smoke up immediately. Volshevnik, having already found 2 kills upon revealing this Blink Dagger, eager for more. Tam, I'm gonna try to kill this Raid King in the top lane. Doesn't have reincarnation just yet. But bigger target is gonna be these skellies. Okay. One Squad X is gone. Oof. Yep, that hurts. Wow, okay, Sweet Boys. They sort of burst out of nowhere onto the map off the back of this Blink Dagger. I mean, I think their big advantage is that they don't have to worry about losing this Raid King. He's top pressuring the tower, but he can draw heroes to him and still potentially fight him. Whereas, if this Morphling has heroes drawn towards him, he has to run away immediately. And jump back in middle. Oh, they actually won't find the full play because the Spike Carapace ends up stunning the Tiny. Ice Blast does not connect. Barely misses the Tiny there. Luxury, unfortunately, a little bit off with the aim. Squad X, ooh, almost died. Did get off the Dissimulate. Aetherlens actually does get the connection onto Volshevnik. Squad X jumping back in. Volshevnik got baited. Baited back. That's what they were looking for. Lekka finds the Vendetta hit. Unfortunately, the BotL still able to get off the Void and secure the kill through the Soulbind. Does die himself though. A little bit unfortunate that that last moment of Soulbind gave the double Void. Allowed for the kill to actually end up happening by this Night Stalker. Nonetheless, advantage for HF. They bring down 2 core heroes. Don't have to involve their Morphling. Speaking of Morphling, now wants to start getting involved, finding a kill. Not gonna be... not even an experience range, really? That sucks. I'd be so pissed right now, but whatever. Bolshevik, a lot of the progress was able to make on the map because they weren't able to turn this into more tower pressure. Still has to play super cautiously with this item. Unless the entire team comes with him and they decide to smoke up, but they might do that on the second nighttime. 2 minutes away from that point in the game. And make the decision. Will be made now. Quickly charge. Successful move like this before. And they decide not to opt for the morph, go for the easier target. In quotation marks though, easier. WannaCry has a Hood of Defiance, has some heroes smoked up behind him. Get the net out onto him with the ensnare, but fly over to Plex. Go to find Squadix. They want to jump onto him. Oh, nice dodge at the avalanche toss there. Inkswell also going to be wasted. Ice Blast does now connect onto Bolshevik. Bolshevik in danger. Bolshevik will fall. Soulbite onto 2. Does prevent them from being able to chase down the rest of these heroes. We see jumping up onto the high ground, transforming into the Grimstroke so he can get the Inkswell. Is this Morphling? He shows up, and Bubble Boy going to help to find a kill. Other side of the fight, WannaCry able to get the Pit of Malice down onto the Enchantress, who will undoubtedly take a tumble. They warily try to get these right clicks, but Squadix just finishes her off with the Resonant Pulse. They might not be done just yet. Triple X revealed himself farming a freaking camp of all things, so he's going to take a tumble as well. Giving a double kill towards the Void Spirit. Oh wow. Oh wow. Plus, doesn't scout a right target, but the Aetherlens doesn't end up triggering because the TP gets cancelled. Because they have this vision on this side of the map here on this cliff. Aether Remnants in the trees. Lacquer can just sit here forever basically. They're gonna try slowly siege this out, but unfortunately for them, there are tools on the side of the Sweet Boys. Stop, halt, force back or push. Such methods are employed. They're okay, but Speedy, sorry fam. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Sorry. Morphling picks up the kill. Yasha already complete on this hero, moving in towards having Manta now. What's Squad exploding actually? Okay, Ags rush, so bot Ags straight. Finally do get the tier 1 the middle lane. They let the tier 2 fall on top. WannaCry keeping in. This has been his job. Ice Blast. Flies out, catches out onto the Grimstroke. This should be a dead Grim most likely. Ice Vortex there with the slow as they also show up with the luxury from parts downtown. Run down the Grim. Don't have a Treant Protector to heal up the tower, but it's very high on HP, so they don't have to worry about it for a while. Lacquer, of course, wanting that meme hammer as soon as humanly possible. Sweet Boys, not going to be happy about how this game is going right now. Just getting the Blink Dagger of Bolshevik bursted onto the scene with a couple of quick kills, but has been dramatically slowed down since. Coming towards his Echo Saber. But HF have looked the much stronger of the teams, the skirmishes that they've taken. 7-16 is the kill score right now, with a 2k gold lead in the favor of the HF lineup. At least the Raid King though is still farming. He's still the network leader on this map right now. This Radiance proving its worth for the time being. A fight though might break out in the mid lane as XXX triggers the Dark Ascension. Fly forward, Bolshevik. Able to catch out the Thunderlord. He is going to die here, but the Ice Blast lands first as well. They do lose him. Black Ops by Carapace. Stunning these heroes out. There's going to be an Impale. Only connects onto the Wraith King. Flying Void from Triple X will be enough to get the next assassin kill. No reinforcements came in from the rest of the heavy hitting cores. So HF then be routed from this fight. As the Dark Ascension ends, can't keep the full pressure going, and look at this confidence. Morphling has a full Manta, so he's like, actually wait a second, why am I running? Let's post up. I love how this White Spirit is just patiently sitting bottom, waiting for a potentially weak target. And the weak target might come from middle though, because they find this Wraith King, trigger the first life, but they already have the Aether Remnant down. Tiny jumping in with the combo, able to burst down the next assassin, but might not be able to save the life of the Wraith King. Wraith King getting assaulted now by this Morphling. Morphling can't get the kill. Meantime, look at that, Pit of Malice 1 to 3. There was damage as well from the Ancient Apparition. They've already been able to bring down the Tiny. Triple X gets away, doesn't have the Ice Blast debuff on him. Speedy also ends up dying inside the trees as damage comes in from the Morphling.
Radiant's middle tower is taking a drubbing.
Big fight there from the side of HF, and they get 3 down. Only this Night Stalker, the core heroes that ends up surviving. He's trying to juke, he's trying to jive, he's still gonna get blasted. Fortunately, it's only level 1 blast, so he's fine. If that was level 2 plus blast, he'd be dead, but level 1, he's still okay. Also, it doesn't seem like there's been any luck with the neutral items on the dire side that the Ancient Apparition feels like is worth taking. I think he should actually have the Fairy Trinket, but at least take something, my friend. Okay, like, you know, there's a Keen Optic that's just sitting there. Alright, he gets the Keen Optic. Ooh, this is nice, this is nice. Oh, it's gonna miss. But they might still go for a jump here. I think Squad X should get out. He knows that got reinforcements though coming in. Are they trying to defend this on the Sweet Boy side? Aether Remnant doesn't connect. Have damage from other quarters. The rest of the team is here. I haven't actually gotten this kill. Only now will he go down. They'll leave the Morphling here to siege the tower solo while the rest of the team goes for a potential skirmish towards the mid lane. Smoked up on it too. Bolshevnik has a haste rune though and manages to go right past his opponent. He ships in the Might here and they get the jump onto Morph, but Morph, so he says okay and then presses the Morph button and he's fine. That's also part of the issue with the Tiny stun against Morphling. Because the Avalanche is in instances rather than one moment of burst, Morphling can always get off the Morph. Jeff slowly but surely amassing a lead, but Wraith King is keeping up with it. Does eventually get the Sarge that we were talking about earlier, just a casual one for now. Still be inspiring movements towards him though, but his team feels like a bit uncomfortable. And I don't think there's enough damage just with this next assassin to get this kill. They need the whole team here, but the whole team is coming. By Carapace, okay, trigger on the Radiance. Set up for the stun. Here we go. Meme Hammer. Ice Blast. A little bit off point here, but it's gonna get the job done with the follow-up damage from the rest of the team. And they should be able to find this kill. Whole team does pitch up indeed. And they find their prey as they hunt down this Wraith King. Second death. Very unfortunate in this situation. And lose the tier 1 tower top because of it, and as a result of losing the tower, lose his spot as the hero with the highest net worth in the game, as that honor will now belong to this morphling exclusively. Due to the difficulty of killing the morph, it might stay the exclusive domain of this morph. E-Blade coming soon. Afterwards, Ayaskadi most likely. They're not the ones that are playing with the Ancient Apparition Ice Blast, so don't have any real answers for Morphling getting that tanky on the side of the Sweet Boys. Oh.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Some damage here. Spike Hypers will save the life of Tiny for now. Maybe setting up for a fight. Squad is coming in the background, looking for the support. Dissimulate will be dodged out. Very nicely done, but I think that's still a death. Astral Step. And the most deadly move of all time when the cool guys don't look at explosions move. Aquatic secures the kill, gets immediate revenge. While all that's happening, the team is in Roshan. Have the medallion just yet for luxury, but time to go for the Aegis. I am bored by the rest of the team. E-Blade out now. Actually going for the Skadi next is reported earlier. Luxury wants this Aghanim shot. This is really strong actually. Because now, consider the heroes that you have to deal with from attack speed. Tiny, Night Stalker, as well as the Wraith King. All of them dramatically affected by having less attack speed. The assaulted DPS with how many vortexes you can lay out in a fight, dude. No small joke. This is his answer to make sure that even if he doesn't land the Ice Blast onto the key heroes, he's still able to put out actual damage in the middle of the fight. HF now. What will they do with their damage at this Aegis? Sweet Boys trying to recover. They get vision of Lacquer. Will they go for him? Yes, they will, but they actually don't have enough to kill him. And now this might start a fight. They finally do manage to burst him down. HF trying to escape right now. Squadix is back onto the other side. Ice Blast flown through it, but it's not going to do anything as it's going to be a quick kill. But they also quickly burst down the Tiny. Oh my god, that's the mid-Tiny Wraith King having just as much difficulty staying alive, and he'll end up losing his life. They even will end up losing the Underlord though. Too much damage is coming in from the Firestorm and from XXX. And somehow Squadix dies too. Okay, BKB popped. Skeleton damage. A lot of spread damage coming in from the Sweet Boys. They ultimately do prevail, bringing down everybody except for the Morphling. This urn did so much work, actually. Onto that Underlord especially, just did the most. And it prevented the bottle charges from helping out the Void Spirit when you needed the most. Game does become a lot better once BKBs are acquired for the Sweet Boys. BKB not that far away for Tiny. Already available for the Night Stalker as we've seen. Now the Wraith King has his own. So BKBs are en masse. Might have a BKB on this Morphling eventually. I think Void Spirit could definitely do with one. Yeah, already has it. Okay.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower's just died. Radiant's tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Up now. Big boys. Oh, they deal with this incoming maneuver. Whole team isn't actually there right now. The Enchantress is a bit far away. They're gonna quickly burst down the first life of the Raid King. Ice Blast doesn't connect really onto anybody else. Triple X trying to fly over and bring down Luxury. Gonna do quite a bit of damage and manage to find that kill. In the meantime, Morphling are trying to chase down targets on the other side of the fight. Hasn't managed to bring them down just yet. And now here's gonna be a jump in Squadix with the Pit of Malice around them. But BKBs who galore coming in from the Sweet Boys as they're fighting back, dishing out the damage. They brought down the Underlord. Retu now trying to flee. But as the BKB ends, worshipping might be in trouble. Getting dragged back by the Aether Remnant. But Morphling DCs. Oh no. Oh no. Crucial disconnect there, but it end up changing the outcome of the entire game. Same time, Lacquer sort of forcing back this Night Stalker because of where Night Stalker is, where Tiny is. Maybe they want to go back in. The shotgun is online. There's a ton of damage. Let's see what happens. Double damage used. Okay, they take out the shotgun. Waveform is going to be there. Avalanche toss. They kill the first life of the Morph. Do they at the very least bring down the Tiny? They prevent the Nyx Assassin from going in and finishing the job. So they will be able to keep the Tiny alive, bringing down the Nyx in the process. And they've claimed the Aegis life. And they might be able to claim the life from Squadix. Bullwhip! Oh my goodness. Gives him bonus MS. Allows him to escape perhaps. E-Blade doesn't allow Triple X to attack. And the silence will end. The shotgun from the Morphling. He's saving this fight. He goes back in to kill the Enchantress as well. Oh my goodness, look at the Morphling go. Turns an absolutely disastrous fight around and turns it into a somewhat team wipe in the long run. That was insane. What a fight. What a crazy, crazy fight. At so many moments it looked like it was gonna turn. They almost killed the Void Spirit right here. Manages to get bullwhipped. Morphling does the most. He bullwhips him first to give him the bonus movement speed, gets away. Night Stalker jumps him with the crippling fear. He's still kept alive. At the end of where Night Stalker is about to attack him, right after he's jumped in, E-Blade hits him. Then he doesn't shotgun him just immediately. He waits a little bit. Then he shotguns in. Dives in for the rest of the fight. Still though, amazingly done yet again from the Sweet Boys with these BKBs, proving that once they do use them, it's quite difficult for HF, unless they've already bursted you, to actually get the final punch. Although this damage from the Morphling is going to start becoming more and more ridiculous now. The force of BKB charge. It's the 8-second BKB Morphling. No, caught in a bad place. Way too far forward and out of position, and actually ends up being killed. Huge amounts of gold picked up. Goes the way the Enchantress and XXX. Not done just yet. Able to get a kill onto Luxury. And they flee with the Uber. Lacquer got left behind. What a topsy-turvy game. Sweet Boys. Back now. Pit of Malice. Okay. Able to bring down Speedy. Squadix jumping the back end of the fight, looking to try and find Triple X. Triple X is still alive, not dead just yet, running around in the fight. Eventually will take a tumble. Spike Carapace stuns out the Raid King. Meme Hammer looks to follow this one up. They trigger the reincarnation. Tiny waiting for the opportunity to blink back in. There is going to be the Soul Bind onto 2. Aether Remnant beautifully positioned to not allow the Tiny to finish off the combo. Now Tiny's going to be in jeopardy. Tiny's going to get bursted down by the Wraith of HF. What a crazy game this is. Suddenly HF back on the chase. Coming onto the high ground. Rod of Atos connect onto the Grimstroke. Phantom's Embrace will be there for the silent. Spike Carapace stunning out the Raid King. They hold him in position. Reincarnation is actually down. Oh, he does have the BKB right on time to stay alive in this situation. Essence String popped by Lacquer. Gets off the Meme Hammer. Will he be able to finish this off? Yes, he does. Impetus shots will come in from behind, however. Glimmercape keeping the Grimstroke alive. And Grimstroke will actually end up living entirely, staying alive. And now the Ember Spirit, not Ember Spirit, Enchantress throws in the Impetus shots, able to find the Underlord, bring him down from afar.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Feels like this fight has been going for 5 minutes. HF get punished for chasing way too far away from a winning situation. The fight was already won, but tensions are high. Blood is boiling. Grand finals. What more could you possibly want? HF and the Sweet Boys putting on a show here in Game 4. Morphling going for his own BKB. He's going to have this at a point where everybody else's are down to 6 seconds. Only one more 7-second charge from Volshebnik. Ice Walker's of course already at that pretty terrifyingly low state of 6. Wraith King already there as well. Smoke was broken by Lacquer. He's still setting up for a fight though. Here they come from the Street Boys. Ice Blast connects. Oh, they actually do not connect with the Impale. Nice jump in though from Squadix, allows them to burst one target. Luxury though not dead just yet from the jump in from Volshebnik. So now he needs to run away. Pops the BKB, but still way too much damage from the Morphling. So now transforms into the tiny form, has access to the Avalanche to try to jump away. Squadix in the meantime has hunted out another support. They're looking for the Grimstroke. Glimmer Cape protects him for the time being. Dust will make sure that that time is cut short, however. They find the third, Squadix. Huge fight from him. And a surprising buyback from this Grimstroke. No buyback from the Tiny, and the push is coming in for the tier 3 tower down bottom. So perhaps he feels is a necessary evil. Although, can be rough here. Tier 3 in danger. Jumping though, wanna cry. Pretty rough customer here. Ice Blast flying back. It's gonna connect onto 2 heroes inside the Pit of Malice. Jump in from Squadix. Look at the life just evaporating away from Speedy. And the Speedy will just show that that's just his name for how quickly he gets back to the fountain. Burst it down in just a flash. And this tier 3 tower will most certainly get popped. The question is, can they prevent the racks from being taken? Because Roshan hasn't even been successfully grabbed, so HF probably do better. Retreat and take the safe option. They find themselves at tier 3 ahead. Sweet Boys recognize exactly what the safe option is and are in a scramble to make sure they are already positioned around the pit. HF go in. BKB picked up now by the Morphling. They want this Roshan. They just cheese in a shard. Shard on Squadix could be very useful. The shard on Morphling could be very useful. They jump back in. They find the Grimstroke. Luxury though is the first to die. So both 5 positions are gone from this fight. They're trying to look for this Enchantress right now. Enchantress also in danger. In danger. No more because she is safe in the fountain. Jump in from Triple X. Looking to try to bring down the Disc Assassin. Going to be able to do so. Tiny though died to the mass burst damage from the rest of HF, and now they want to look for the bigger target. They find the Wraith King. Tiny brought back, looking for an opportunity to jump back in. There's going to be the BKBs popped by the HF. Do they have the damage on Squadix as well as this Morphling to kill the Wraith King? Yes, they do. Suddenly XXX in danger, tries to get away, will succeed in doing so, but Tiny will not as Tiny dies back. In the middle of the enemy team, there's no additional defense. Now nothing left to prevent this Roshan from going into the hands of HF. Massive fight tips them over 11k in net worth advantage, about 15k experience. HF looking like they're about to convert the tournament point into a tournament victory. Here in game 4, will they be able to get more than a tier 3 tower this time around? With 1 full minute without the Tiny. Tier 3 gone, they die forward. They actually want to try to find the Enchantress. Chargers does have buyback, as does the Wraith King. The Wraith King does not want to buy back without having access to the Tiny, so perhaps even waits until he buys back on the second life. Fortunately for them, they still do have the tier 2 tower in the top lane. So the path to Megas is denied to HF. The best they can do, get the 2 lanes, destroy some buildings. Still though, now 20,000 lead. The gold for them. And Morphling feeling very strong right now. The jump in. Keep for Enchantress. Ice Blast. Heading onto Gemstroke. Grim will still be able to live though. Squadix surviving through the Phantom's Embrace, popping BKB. Not wanting to get close to his badass with the Soul Bind on him. They can't even kill the Enchantress. Luxury only now ends up getting brought down, but it will cost the life of the Night Stalker and the first one of the Wraith King. Dragged back in through the Aether Remnant on the second go around. Can't even get off any additional spells. And there's gonna be a DC from the Enchantress, but they call GG. They call GG. They call GG. They know it's over. They know it's done. They know that HF are your champions. And they throw in the towel. The best of 5 will end. The Arcane BotL League will go the way of HF after 4 glorious games and a magnificent, just a wonderful, 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 wonderful 4th game. Was full of some twists and turns. A lot happened. There was hope initially, so it seemed, but unfortunately, HF were too good. HF were too good. HF were too good. In particular, my God, Squadix made up for what happened, and I might have had a rough feeling about Game 3 because he just dominated on this Void Spirit. 23 and 18. Involved in 38 of his team's 43 kills. That is insane. How on earth did he make that happen? It was an oppressive force everywhere on the map. No matter what Sweet Boys wanted to do, they were Squadix. It started very early on in the game. From those massive rotations going into the safe lane. Not only was he just killing off continually the Grimstroke, the main issue that he was presenting to the side of Sweet Boys was now Wraith King can't really farm that area. Always feeling under threat, feeling unsafe. Like, when is this Void Spirit going to show back up? Forced to go to a jungle a little bit sooner than he would have liked. And the team, to their credit, did adapt well around this. Played with the Wraith King on other parts of the map. Made sure that they got the Blink Dagger from Tiny in that time period where the Void Spirit was making those movements to the bottom lane. So they didn't leave themselves defenseless. And those first few rotations with the Blink Dagger were stellar from the side of Sweet Boys with the Tiny. But ultimately, they couldn't convert those rotations to more. And this Night Stalker was involved in a couple of clutch kills, but it's actually funny to me that most of the time that we saw Night Stalker involved in big kills is when the fight was coming to him. He'd pop BKB, stand there, just wail on him, dish out damage, dish out damage, dish out damage. That's where we saw most of the hits and the damage coming in from, but unfortunately, not why you really pick this hero. Pick this hero to help you chase, to help you find kills forward. Happened like once or twice, but for the most part, that felt like the Tiny was doing it in this game. HF though, well-deserved victory. Ancient Apparition, Luxury was on point. Lacquer very great with the rotations. Bubble Boy did exactly what he needed to do on the Morphling. Some very clutch shotguns, some clutch saves coming in from this hero as well, which was very impressive to see. And WannaCry, just a solid presence for his team. All round, just amazing performance from the side of HF. So we say congratulations to your champions of the Arcane BotL League, HF, as they take the grand finals 3-1 against the side here of the Sweet Boys. And with that, ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, we are going to be closing out this stream. Thank you so much for joining us over the last few hours for this exciting amount of Dota 2. Make sure that you do follow the good folk over on the Arcane BotL League. Follow HF as well. They're the ones that invited me over here, so make sure you go follow them. Check them out on Twitter. I will make sure to post. Hold on, I got y'all. Since we're delayed actually as well. Wait, I had it here just now. Follow me on Twitter. We'll put up the thing up in it. Oh man. Anyway, thank you so much, buddy, for the time. And make sure that you are following the stream if you aren't already. And if you are and you had a good time and you've been having a good time, make sure to become a supporter of the stream by either subscribing here through Twitch, becoming a patron through patreon.com, or you can decide to donate directly PayPal. The details of that are all in the about page of the stream itself. And with that, thank you so much. See y'all later. Has been the Arcane BotL League. These are your champions, HF. I've been your Costa Snare. I'll see you later for some more incredible
It's gone. Don't take too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't take too long. Don't blink. It's gone. Don't take too long. Don't blink. It's gone.
Dance.